Welcome to the board meeting for the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. Rochelle, if you could call roll.
Yes. Mr. Clark?
Here.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Here.
Mr. Reed?
Here.
Mr. Chalam-Chorla?
Here.
Ms. Larrett?
Here.
All are present.
We'll move on to item number 2, which is moving to closed session. Doesn't look like we have any public comments, so we'll move into closed session and we'll adjourn and resume when we get back. All right, we call to order the meeting of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board meeting on January 15th, 2006. Ms. Rochelle, if you could call roll call.
Yes. Ms. Luong?
Here.
Ms. Lopez-Petralca?
Here.
Mr. Clark?
Here.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Here.
Mr. Reed?
Here.
Mr. Chalam-Chorla?
Here.
Ms. Larrett?
Here.
All are present.
Okay, we'll move on to item B, and we will start with our land acknowledgement.
Sorry, our rules switched. As the Folsom Cordova Unified School District, we acknowledge that our administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Nishinan and Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn.
We also recognize the presence and ancestral stewardship of the Nishinan ancestral tribes, the Esto, Notomuse, Nisim, Pawanan to the north.
And the Miwok ancestral tribes and the Amakumne, the Consumne, Hopumne, and Makolnume to the south along the Great Sacramento River system since time immemorial.
We understand that this land upon which our institutions are built was once flourishing with the natural resources and sustained by the ancestral knowledge and practices of these indigenous people.
We acknowledge the injustices of colonialism and attempted genocide that have impacted these communities and recognize the resilience of their descendants who continue to thrive today.
In our daily endeavors of teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement, we commit to supporting, respecting, and honoring their culture, traditions, and life ways.
We pledge to work together for the evolving vision of the Miwok and the Nisyan, especially all future generations.
Thank you. Okay, we will now be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Haditha, who is a student from Mitchell Middle School.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll move on to item C, our broadcast statement. Our broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. The recording will be cablecast as replays on Metro Cable Channel 14, the Local Government Affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV Uverse cable systems. The recording will also be closed captioned and video streamed at metro14live.sacramentocounty.gov. Folsom Cordova Unified School District Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff, parents, and members of the public with respect and ask the same in return. If any member of the public uses obscenities or communicates in a demanding, loud, insulting, or demeaning manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Public comments during board meetings are an important component of public engagement and transparency. Members of the public will not be permitted to yield their speaking time to another member of the public. All written comments submitted by 2 p.m. today to the board have been read. Per the Brown Act, the board is not allowed to enter into a two-way discussion on any matter not on the agenda. Okay, we will move on to item D, which is honoring our 2025 board president.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Well, I was remiss at our reorganization meeting in December in honoring Chris Clark as our 2025 board president, and that is on me and my deepest and most humble apology. Just from a mechanism perspective, I was taking all the papers from the election or the votes, and I buried Chris's amazing plaque underneath the paper and forgot to do it. So I'm sorry. I'm excited to be able to do it tonight because now it becomes its own item D. And here we are in 2026 saying thank you for all of your service last year. I know last year was a lot for you because of leading CSBA, being board president, some new work responsibilities, managing me. Really appreciated all of that. So I'd like to open it up to board to say a few words, but we have a plaque here for you and we're going to take a picture. So thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. You make me feel special. No, I thank you and for your kind and sincere remarks. And just point of order, we don't have to carry on with any comments or anything. We can go ahead and handle the business at hand, and that's for the education of our students. So I appreciate you and the presentation of the plaque, and let's just get down to business.
Can we get down to the business of taking a picture?
Well, yeah. If you
Okay,
want.
let's do that then.
I'm not very photogenic, so
Thank you again, Mr. Clark, for your service. We appreciate you as your board members. Okay, we move on to item E, which is secondary school spotlight, W.E. Mitchell Middle School.
Let's go. Yeah, we can start. The Ian's out there.
Good evening, Mr. Swanson, members of the board. I'm Sandra Garcia, proud principal of Mitchell Middle School. And with you presenting today, I have Caitlin Shubin, Aditha Bint Farhad, and Leila Santos.
Mitchell Middle School is an IB school, and our Mitchell touchstone represents who we are as a learning community. In the following slides, we will share what is currently taking place at Mitchell. You will see us learning and engaging both inside and out of the classroom. We believe in working hard, taking risks, and learning through collaboration and laughter. As IB students, we understand that we are a part of a larger community, and we take that responsibility seriously. At Mitchell, learning looks different depending on the activity. At times, we receive direct instruction, while at other times we work with a partner, collaborate in groups, or learn independently. It is common for us to move beyond our seats and engage in learning both inside and outside the classroom. Each semester, we begin by completing a data chat form that helps us set goals, track our progress, and build self-management skills. Since we have just started our second semester, this process will begin again toward the end of January. This year, we are working to increase our mathematics state test scores, continue making progress in English language arts, and increase the number of students who report having an adult at school who cares about them.
This is the first year Mitchell has a full-time drama teacher, made possible through the Arts and Music in Schools funding. These courses have expanded opportunities for students to participate in performing arts. We are currently preparing for our musical production of Cinderella. Our intermediate drama students will be attending a field trip on Friday, January 30th to the Harris Center for the Arts to see the production of Bye Bye Birdie. Performing arts at Mitchell also include choir, band, and orchestra. We invite you to join us on Tuesday, January 20th for our winter band concert at Cordova High School Performing Arts Center, and on Wednesday for our winter orchestra concert. As a part of our visual arts program, we are excited to start using new equipment. One of our classrooms was recently renovated to create a safe space for a kiln, along with shelves that are ready to be installed. At Mitchell, we also receive weekly updates through the Marauder News Network, produced by our media arts class. Important upgrades have been made, including new lighting and microphones. This month, our media arts class is learning how to use the new equipment and are practicing to air live.
Athletics continues to be an exciting opportunity for so many of our students. Our boys' basketball teams made it to the first round of playoffs, and 2 of our students placed in the cross-country finals. Each month, teachers nominate students who exemplify the IB Learner Trait of the month. For example, open-minded in January and caring in February. By the end of the school year, all 10 IB Learner Traits are intentionally taught and highlighted. At the end of each semester, Mitchell's staff, along with the support of parent volunteers, web, and student council, host a Marauder of the Month appreciation breakfast to celebrate the students recognized that semester and their families. We recently held our December breakfast, welcoming approximately 130 attendees.
Mitchell maintains a positive school climate with our student council, counselors, clubs, librarian, and climate team offering engaging activities throughout the week. Upcoming events include grade level color wars in January, and Kindness Week, Spirit Week, and the Marauder Mile in February. Every month, our mental health specialist and counseling team set up a rotating social emotional learning station during lunch for 4 to 5 days. Each month focuses on a different SEL skill. For example, January is self-management skills, and February is relationship skills. These skills also connect to our IB approaches to learning.
Our clubs and programs continue to grow each year. Many new clubs have been created based on student interest and are student-led. Service is an important part of our school community. For example, our Planet Earth Club helps clean up the river, and our Spanish Club started the Kindness Closet to support our community with free clothing and personal care products. Thank you for your attention. This concludes our presentation.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you so much. Any questions from the board for our students?
Oh, that's wonderful. In fact, I truly enjoyed it. What is that? What pushes the button? I like that.
The button pressure thingy. Press this button.
Yeah.
It switches to the
It's
next
okay.
No, no, I think you meant from the picture during the social emotional week from the presentation. I saw it was a what pushes your buttons, and there was a figure. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
That's cool.
IK wants his own. Can he come by?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
I could tell all of the clubs except for one. What is Club Live? What's that about?
Club Live it takes place on Fridays, and it's basically you get to play board games and like hang out with your friends. So it's basically just a social club.
Oh, I like that. Yeah, thank you.
Love it.
Very good. Fantastic. Awesome. You guys want to take a picture with us? We would love to take a picture with you.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Are we going to put that as the background?
Yeah.
We should.
What pushes your button?
Thanks.
School admin's closed. Sandra, get inside. I don't care about that. So it's good. Oh,
Mr. Lane. There you are. You were hiding.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, yeah, you're all right. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah.
All right. Let's see here. Everybody in, this is wonderful. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I promised pictures. So everybody stay right where you are, and if anybody in the audience, please come on up, get closer so you can get a good shot. Yeah. It won't go anywhere. I got the advantage of height.
You do. Absolutely. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much.
We got one more last one. We got one more, and she's got her. Oh, do you want some help? Do you want me to take it for you?
Yes, please.
Yes, you got your hands full.
Well, she gotta come and see her sister.
Oh, I love that. Wait, I'm gonna do this just so I can get everybody in the frame. Okay, look here. She's your future student, aren't you?
Good. The Sacramento Swansea Foundation. A little update. Come by.
That's probably it.
It's called the middle years program.
All right, we will move on to item 5, reporting out of closed session. Mr. Swanson?
Nothing to report.
Okay, we will move on to item 6, adoption of agenda motion.
I think there's a couple things to pull. Can we pull the student?
This is just the agenda though, right?
Oh, just kidding. You're
Adoption,
good.
yeah.
I'll make a move to adopt the agenda as is.
Second, Evelyn.
Sorry, it's hard to tell you guys apart. Thank you. Moved by Mr. Chalamacherla and second by Ms. Eveline.
Ms. Luong?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalam-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
We'll move on to item 7, agenda consent. We have several items that have asked to be pulled from the public. We will be pulling item M, N, O, P, Q, R, and is there any additional?
Yes, please.
And S. Fantastic. Okay, so
I'll move every item except for those that were just,
moved by Mr. Reed,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Lofthouse. Ms. Rochelle?
Ms. Luong?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
aye.
Mr. Chalam-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
So we will then move on to item M. Approve elementary school number 3 in the Folsom planning area project and determine that the project has been adequately analyzed by the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA. Consistent evaluation process is allowed by section 15168C2 of the CEQA guidelines, and no further environmental documentation is required.
Mr. Rouse is at the podium just to give us a brief overview. As a community member that pulled the item, so if you could just give us a brief overview, this would be awesome.
Absolutely. Good evening. So the district retained E-Corp Corporation to do an analysis of the environmental requirements for this new school and the property around there that we're going to be putting the school on. And part of their analysis and their assessment, it turns out that, or they discovered that within the City of Folsom main master plan, their specific plan, that we were able to utilize their CEQA plan that was approved by the city, and it met a lot of the requirements for building the new school in that area. So with that, we're bringing the recommendation forward to just basically take their recommendations, utilize the master plan from the city of Folsom, and move forward.
Thank you, sir.
Questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. So why not do another EIR? Or is it because we're under the city's checklist or what?
Correct, yeah, and there's cost savings for that, and we're basically duplicating the same efforts that the city has already performed within their master plan.
Okay, how long ago was that environmental impact report done? Through the city?
Late 90s,
Okay.
25 years ago, 30 years ago. And that's typical.
Is it?
If it's already done within a master plan, you don't want to spend the taxpayer dollars to duplicate the efforts that's already been done. And we piggyback on top of the city's approved plan.
Okay, thank you.
Any public comment?
Yes. Earl Smith?
Evening Board, Madam President, Mr. Swanson, and the district. So I'm going to take a couple of these items that I pulled to take an opportunity to speak on certain things, just because time is limited and this may be our last board meeting. I want to say first, Faith and I coming to the board meetings really holds a lot of weight on Mr. Clark. And that starts when we moved here, when we were at Theater Judah, or when we walked into Sutter Middle School, seeing the board members' pictures holds a lot of weight to students, to parents. And so when we were going through all the trouble that we were going through at Folsom High, seeing someone who is Black on the board and myself and my daughter being Black, gives a certain level of comfortability to approach. I also want to say that, Mr. Clark, your welcomeness to us really eased the fear of Faith coming up here, because that first time she spoke, she was really, really shaking. She's a shy girl. And I appreciate your time, because you have answered the phone many times of me calling, frustrated, just hearing me out. I really want to say thank you. Also, on the last board meeting with the revote, you did make some comments about Mr. Reed. And I just wanted to say publicly, I met with Mr. Reed, and I was really twisted because of when you called that student's name out. When we've come up here, we've mainly talked about two things: the bullying problem at Folsom High School and the lack of support from the principal. When you call out a student like that student's labeled a snitch. And I know you didn't mean ill by doing that, but I know that student has been dealing with a lot, especially finding out that father actually didn't make threats to the school, and that was taken out of contents of his intentions. Got it. Now, I am not excusing him being parked close by with guns in his car. And I do think that that puts a risk of the children, the staff, the parents. It's not okay. But it's also, we're not the judge, we're not the jury, and everybody has their day in court. But I first want to say thank you, Mr. Clark, and I appreciate you taking the time to be president.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments on item M? Okay, if we can get a motion.
I'll move item M.
Moved by Mr. Chalmachella,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Lofthouse. Ms. Rochelle?
Ms. Luong? Aye. Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item N, approve the high school, middle school, and the Folsom Planning Area project, and determine that the project has been adequately analyzed by the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, consistent Evaluation process is allowed by section 1516AC2 of the CEQA guidelines, and that no further environmental documentation is required.
Mr. Rouse.
So the district retained E Corp for the new middle school, high school property as well. And we use the same process that we used on the new elementary school land for the sequel approval for this new high school, middle school piece of property. Piggybacking on the city's master plan that was done back in the late 90s for their sequel report.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? Questions? Any public comment?
Yes, Earl Smith?
Just a reminder to the board and to the community, on particular items, the comments have to be addressing the particular item, and then we have the general public comment section for anything the public chooses to comment on.
Evening, Board, Madam President, Mr. Swanson. Please, if you're going to make that comment, please actually point out that board policy. It's my understanding, reading the board policies, actually, we can come up here and speak about whatever we wish.
Absolutely, sir.
You've even said that to me.
Yeah, during the public comment section, you can speak on anything not agendized. If you're going to speak on something that is agendized, it has to be based on the item that is agendized. So right now, we're taking comments on the CEQA item.
So, like I said, I understand what you just said. Can you just cite the board policy is all I'm asking. And that's really, that's been a big issue within
It's the Brown Act. There's no board policy. It's the Brown Act.
Brown Act's pretty general. I'm asking for something specific.
Madam President, if I may, if we can stop the clock. I don't believe Mr. Smith has gotten to the subject yet, and the clock continues to run. So the dialogue, I don't know if we can start it over.
Let's go ahead and we can restart.
We can call this back if you want. You want to find it. You want to send me an email. Like I mentioned,
Happy to.
This is going to be our last board meeting, and there's a few things we need to address. And I would like to do that tonight. I think 3 minutes is not.
There's the 3 minutes during the public comment time.
And at the public comment, I'm going to address the issues that is really at hand.
Yeah, well, ultimately, this is the board's meeting, and so they get to decide. I'm looking up the article in the Brown Act that this will be in violation of, but it's their meeting. I'm the secretary, so.
Understand.
If we go ahead and reset the time for Mr. Smith. And
Are you going to hear from me? Because it's not going to be directly to. Okay.
Mr. Smith, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to say in reference to this as myself, because a lot of people have made comments to me outside of the board meetings, just understanding why I would come every week and say the things that I have said. I was abused as a child, every way except for sexually, heavily abused. So that comes to the point where other people have gone through traumatic experience. I can see it in their eyes. Mr. Clark, you had made something mentioned like a month ago, and you talked about your father. And I knew right away your father was military because my dad was in the Army. Used to get beat by him. So this shows of how far I will go of coming every board meeting to fight for children, because I know what it's like to be silenced and not have a voice, to feel that your parents won't defend for you. I recently found out that there's students in the jazz band who are watching the board meetings. And they're afraid to come forward, and finding out certain things that Faith has experienced and seen is still going on. Give an example of $1,800 to go to a field trip, and if you don't, that student don't pay. Whether he can afford it or not, but if he don't pay, then the verbiage is there will be consequences, but not knowing what those consequences are. So, Mr. Ms. Lofthouse, when we met and we talked about 4th and 5th grade, and you said you were at that last seat in the music class. I saw that pain in your eyes. It wasn't fair. If I was around then, I would fight for you too. Because those leave lasting scars in children. Makes me wonder if certain things of trying to prevent math or so forth is really sparked in being not strong enough and not having the support when you didn't have the ability to play the instrument as good as the next person next to you. And thus, every week for 2 years, you're being publicly punished in front of your peers. How painful. I'm sorry that happened to you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Okay, if we can get a motion for item N.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved by Ms. Lofthouse, second by Mr. Clark. Ms. Rochelle.
Ms. Wong?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, moving on to item O, which is approve expulsion reentry recommendation case. And just as a reminder for our students to abstain. I know we had a member of the public pull this as well.
Yes.
Mr. Smith, did you have a comment on this?
O?
Item O, it's student expulsion reentry. Thank you. Okay, fantastic. All right, if we can get a motion.
I'll move item O.
Motion by Mr. Chalem-Churla,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Lofthouse. Ms. Rochelle.
Ms. Wong?
Abstain.
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Abstained.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item P, which is approve the 2024-2025 School Accountability Report Cards, the SARC.
These are the school accountability report cards. This is a yearly item. Elena Cabrera is here to answer any questions from the board, but you can see in the rationale, we're required by state law to publish these report cards, and those were all attached as this item for all the schools.
Any questions from the board?
What is it? What is the SARC?
Demographic data, achievement data.
Okay. Oh, okay.
As the title indicates, it's a report card, and much of the information reflects a report on the past year. So credential information, as our superintendent indicated, some data, some facilities, things like adoption of curriculum as it reflects individually for all of our schools. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, any public comment?
Earl Smith?
Thank you. I did have this pulled. I am speaking on this subject. Mr. Swanson, I did want to publicly say I got your email. And what you said doesn't even pertain to what it says in this email. So, I mean, we could talk about it later, however, but this would be another time where if you've sent an email to me trying to limit either comments that I've made here. But I do understand the discretion the board has, and if the board wants to limit, I understand they have that discretion to do so. This agenda item, I think it holds heavy weight. My daughter Faith, being Black, mixed looking, 2 other students, one who's in the grade after her, another of her classmates looks just like her. And when I look at the accountability, which indicates demographics, and I try to match that up against the demographics of programs within the school, there's certain things that don't match. I'm not quite sure how to address those aspects. I do understand that this report card is general. Every school does have one. Every district is required to report on them. But what about when those demographics don't actually match up? So I don't know if this is even possible, but this is for previous years. So when I'm trying to address, when we look back 10 years and the demographics of the jazz choir don't match the demographics shown on the report card, I needed that information last year. I mean, I'll use it this year in my filing. Is there a way that process can be sped up and presented to the public? I mean, it's just numbers, right? I mean, when the students start the school, am I wrong? I did want to send, I was planning on sending because I have, 3 different girls. They're all look the same. At their sophomore year, they've been pushed out, all from Folsom High School. And it seems to be that this is a normal thing. And them trying to address issues, whether they're being expelled or being bullied, unsupported. But I did plan to send an email to, I forget his name, that deals with the expulsions of students. And he's here sometimes. He's a pretty cool dude. But I'm going to CC you guys on that. And I'm going to do that this week. I would like for you guys to watch out for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Okay, if I can get a motion for item P.
I'll move item P.
Moved by Mr. Chalem-Chella,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Lofthouse. Ms. Rochelle?
Ms. Luong? Aye. Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Chella?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item R, approve the revised board policy 6164.1, high school graduation requirements.
Oh, yeah, we
sorry.
skipped Q.
Q, sorry, we have Q and R, so Q. So approve new and revised middle and high school course outlines.
I asked to have that one pulled. I just want to, there's a number of courses on there, but the advanced jazz band course outline, I'd like to pull that and move the rest forward, just so I can bring it back to CAC and check some language, and just reference to make sure that it correlates with some standards, so.
Any public comment on that one as well? Q.
Yes, Q is with Earl Smith, followed by Faith Smith. Faith Smith, followed by Earl Smith.
Welcome, Ms. Smith.
Hi. I haven't spoken up here in a while. I've been very busy with college applications. And especially since that's very stressful, I did not want to have the extra stress of dealing with an incompetent district. So I wanted to talk about this. It is regarding the advanced jazz band course outlines. It says right here, advanced jazz band. This course will expose students to the characteristics of jazz styles, understand the communicative potential of the arts, and understand the artistic contributions of various ethnic groups to American cultures. Students will engage in activities that promote their understanding of the arts for lifelong involvement, including the potential for careers. That doesn't say anything about playing an instrument. It doesn't. So why, when I click on it to talk about, now it wants to not load, but to see what it's actually talking about, and it says here, prerequisites must have 2 years of experience in a school band class and audition. So you have to have 2 years of school band in high school, that's your 9th and 10th grade year, and then you can audition for the jazz band. Audition. That doesn't even say that you can be in it. Why are we limiting it only to upperclassmen, especially when you can take jazz band in middle school? I took jazz band in middle school. So why would you put 2 years in between of studying jazz? I have already talked to you guys about Jazz being a genre that is different than classical or solely working on technique. There are different aspects. You don't compare rock to classical music, right? They're very different. Someone who plays rock guitar, anyone can play rock guitar. You can learn on your own, but that doesn't mean you can play classical guitar. So why are you guys comparing jazz and classical? You shouldn't have to only take 2 years of school band before that. It's completely different. On top of that, it says co-requisites must be concurrently enrolled in concert band or orchestra. Before, my understanding was that you had to be in it for 2 years, like your freshman and sophomore year. I still don't think that's a good idea, but that takes away 2 classes. If you want to be in jazz band, you have to have 2 classes gone out of your schedule, not focused on the core classes like math and history and English. I mean, what kind of issues could that bring up by having an extra class needed all 4 years? I don't think that's fair. On top of that, if we scroll down to course description, I'm going to read it to you right now so you can be reminded. The high school jazz band is designed to provide opportunities for students to play instruments in a group setting and to lead students to acquire the skills needed for an advanced level performance. Opportunities for students to play instruments in a group setting. Give people that opportunity. Why do you need to have an audition? On top of that, right, it's saying right here, students must complete at least 2 years of jazz band at a school, be highly skilled on their instrument, and be accepted by teacher recommendation/audition. So you have to complete 2 years of jazz band to be in jazz band? That doesn't make any sense, right? That doesn't make any sense. And then the other thing too is it says advanced jazz band. Why do you have an advanced class and not a beginning class? So you're supposed to have an advanced class without a beginning class. There's beginning dance on there, and you can have advanced dance. You can't have beginning jazz band and then advanced jazz band. You can have 2 class periods. There's multiple teachers there right now. There's the assistant teacher who's teaching the C band. Why can't you have 2 classes simultaneously? Have advanced jazz band at the same time as beginning jazz band so that everyone gets the opportunity to learn jazz. Don't limit it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. Earl Smith?
Evening, Madam President, Board. Don't be mad at me, Mr. Clark. I love you, man. Thank you for having this go so I can address some of the matters. I did want to say something directly, and since you guys aren't going to be voting on the jazz band, but if you were, that prerequisite must have 2 years experience in a school band class and audition with limit string players. And that wasn't on there before. And for that to be on there now with today's date, I'm going to call that retaliation discrimination. So if you guys had voted on this, because last year when these things were brought to you guys didn't say anything. And if you had done it, I'm ready to file. It breaks my heart to share with you guys about me being abused. It breaks my heart to see the children being twisted mentally, being afraid. And when I say twisted, meaning they're going to try to stand loyal to the teacher because they want to be in the A band so they can go on the special field trips. I would like to see if a student has been in jazz band for 1 year and is a senior, in an audition, the senior gets priority in the seat. So at least the senior can get 1 year of opportunity to be in the advanced jazz band. Now, I sent you guys an email with the framework from the CDE. It explains right there how you actually measure advanced. That means when Faith went over to Folsom Lake College, it was in the chamber choir, which was the jazz choir. When she was in ARC at the jazz choir there, the jazz band, the jazz comma, this is what I was talking about, Mr. Swanson, when I sent you that email in the beginning of the school year. Based on the standards, she had a right to be in there. And an audition on this is irrelevant because she had already shown the standard skills at the college level, and the CDE says that you mark that student as advanced. So she was entitled to the class. Not, oh, please let me have the class. No, she was entitled to the class. Like she's entitled to have a high standard of instruction in the community she's from. Remember, I moved here because my mom was here. My mom did middle school in Sacramento, half of high school. My mom was born in Hunters Point, Bay Area. We're Northern California people.
Thank you, Mr.
Just
Smith.
because I'm wearing the Southern hat.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. If I can get a motion for item R, removing the jazz band class at this time.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved by Ms. Lofthouse, second by Mr. Clark. Rochelle?
Ms. Luong?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Moving on to item R, approve revised board policy BP 61461, high school graduation requirements.
For Q? Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. We have another public comment for Q.
Item Q.
We can do a post comment on that.
Fantastic.
Nicole Heine, please. Sorry about that.
I was finding it buried in there. So there's lots of supporting documents on Q, right? What I come to speak about tonight is the concurrent enrollment list. These are the ones that post your high school transcript that you can take in the Los Rios district, right? And then we're looking at it, and the only math class we have on there is Calc 3. And I just wondered if we could get some information why only Calc 3 is there. You probably don't know what's going on at Folsom High this last 2 weeks, but one of our teachers might not be coming back, and they moved all their classes around, except they couldn't figure out how to take BC Calculus into another class. So all those students were asked to move to 0 period, and or given the choice of going online somewhere or trying to take something else. So there were a lot of questions with the students while we were trying to figure out how to help them have a successful end to this year of calculus. It's Calc 2 that they're taking basically. I don't know that we gave them all the right answers because after I saw that this week. Anyway, so I guess I'm wondering, who do I talk to about finding out why we only have Calc 3? Okay, and then after all the things we've talked about with math, right? It seems like we might be missing a couple math classes there that we should offer the opportunity to go have this concurrent enrollment where it shows up on their high school transcript. But I now know who to talk to, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Heine.
Thank you.
I just want to say real quick, I pointed at Jim, so Jim, make sure to connect with Nicole. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I've been very excited to get to item R apparently like 3 times, so it's on me. It's on me, guys, sorry. Okay, so we will now move on to item R, approve revised board policy BP 6146-1, high school graduation requirements.
Yeah, we have 2 updates to our graduation requirements, ethnic studies as well as financial literacy. And so I know I've talked to each of the board members about those, but I believe we pulled this because there's a public comment.
Clifton Castro?
All right, good evening, board. My name is Cliff Castro, and I teach economics and AP government at Folsom High School. And just in the interest of time, I just want to make my points just really clear. And my main point is this. I hope that we can all agree that one of our core missions in Folsom, Cordova is that our graduates become knowledgeable, critical thinking, and informed voters. I am concerned that some of these proposed graduation requirements, specifically the changes to personal finance and economics, are not completely aligned with that mission. In the new graduation requirements, we have added personal finance as a mandatory class, which I believe is a state directive, which is actually amazing. Probably should have always been a requirement. My concern comes from the language stating that students who take personal finance may be exempt from economics, which seems to read, if I'm reading it correctly, a death sentence to economics as a course of study in this district. This is concerning for a couple reasons. First, on a broader level, as a social science teacher and in the social science department, we are fostering critical thinking and informed voters. By taking away economics as a graduation requirement, we are taking away the only course that directly addresses the number one issue that motivates voters. Polling consistently shows that issues like inflation, affordability, taxes, interest rates, government spending is the primary motivating factor for a voter. Removing economics as a graduation requirement removes the one class that helps students actually understand the context around these issues. Second, quite honestly, is from a professional standpoint, the communication around these changes, I think, have a little room for improvement. A change to the graduation requirement is obviously a huge deal, even if it's state mandated. And just to be honest, learning about the change as far as I'm reading it and seeing that a course that you've been teaching for over a decade is most likely going to be irrelevant over the next couple of years is probably not the way to find that out. So I understand that these changes are mainly mandated at the state level, but as far as what I can see, I don't see anything saying that economics has to be removed as a graduation requirement. My hope is that as a district, we set expectations above the state minimum and remain committed to graduating the most informed voters in our area. All right, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Comments from the board?
I just had a question. He was commenting that if students take like a class like personal business finance, they would be ineligible for an economics class. Is that correct? What does that mean?
Not ineligible, but as the state is currently stating, and correct me if I'm wrong, they may opt out of taking economics because there's going to be a period of time where economics is as it stands, plus the students coming in could take personal finance at a younger grade level than 12th grade, because economics is currently a 12th grade class.
Okay.
And I think that my comment as a history social science teacher, I 100% agree with putting out the best voters, the most educated voters. So I would not take this as the district is getting rid of anything at this point. I know we're at a beginning stages of rolling out the state mandate in putting personal finance as a graduation requirement, but because it's so early on, it hasn't been discussed, nor is there even a full curriculum for that course yet. So I think we're in that, and I think that we have probably some great volunteers that can be a part of maybe creating an even more amazing class that combines both of those ideas too, so.
Yeah, Superintendent, is there perhaps an opportunity to develop an economics component within personal finance? Is that something we can investigate?
Absolutely. I think that's kind of what Trustee Lofthouse was saying is like as the personal finance grad requirement comes on board in 2031, I don't think it's necessarily the architecture of that class and what that course will actually look like is fully designed at the state level as well as in our district. Is that correct, Mr. Huber, Dr. Huber?
Yeah, that's my understanding. We have a lot of work to do on this specifically still. So
which all districts do because
yes,
it's a new requirement.
Yeah. And so in terms of putting in the board policy, we were encouraged to do that and that we needed to get that in there. But that doesn't change the fact that is why it goes till 2031, that we will be connecting with, obviously, our teachers. It has to go through CAC, et cetera. So there's a lot of work to be done. And there's an argument for building in some economics into the personal finance, but there's also an argument that even though you do that, you still have economics separately. And so there's a lot of ground to cover.
Now, this requirement is for students that graduate in 2031, correct?
Yes.
So by approving this today, will that mean that starting in the fall of 2026, we will be having this personal finance class, or will it be delayed by several years?
2027.
So the freshmen of 27 are the ones that will be subjected to the requirement, but it is my understanding, and Dr. Huber, please correct me, we're potentially, the board's discretion on the vote, adopting it today. So then would it then be on course request lists for this year? Because if we don't have the architecture of the course, then
No, I can
I believe
double
that we're still a year out.
I can double check that. I'll be honest, since I'm not sitting on the CAC, I'm not positive, but I do not believe that we have a course that is ready to go for this coming school year. So that will be further out. So it'd be probably the 27, 28. We basically had to acknowledge the fact that we understand as a district that this is now a state requirement, and that's why this is in the BP, but the work still has to be done on the course. And while we continue, if you would like, I can double check with some of my colleagues to make sure that that is correct, but I do not believe that we have a class ready to go in 26.
I think there's only one more CAC meeting
Right.
that has course outlines ready to go for the 26, 27 school year for it to be a course offering. I also know that a colleague from the county that used to work within the district is kind of one of the people at working along with the state to help build that curriculum too. So I can check in with him too on timelines.
That's been my contact for the last couple months.
Yeah, so.
I'm just wondering, because it's not clear by voting on this tonight, what impact that might have on next year. This doesn't sound like it's urgent. Can we potentially pull this and bring it back and have some of those questions answered? So I just don't want to rush new curriculum forward that may not be required for.
Yeah, it wouldn't have any impact on next year because there's nothing for a student next year to say, hey, I'm going to take personal finance next year. So therefore, as a senior, I want to opt out of, or I would opt out of economics as a senior. So that can't happen next year for next year's seniors. So it wouldn't have an impact on next year. It would be the following years that potentially when the course came online, that they could then have an impact if the board chose to keep things as it is dictated by the state. The board could also decide we're going to have both things be requirements for graduation. The state of California doesn't require economics anymore, but the school board could decide we, as Folsom Cordova, are going to require it.
Well, I guess in an ideal world, that would be great for a school like Vista del Lago that has all that additional credit availability for classes, but would be a significant disadvantage to Folsom High School that has far fewer classes and credits available for those students.
Yeah, it would lead to other discussions, no doubt.
I had a question. So is like having personal finance be a requirement, like it takes economics off of being the requirement? So kind of like how Cordova, if you take IB History of the Americas, you don't have to take Econ and Gov?
Yeah, so for 2031 forward, if we just went forward as the state is mandating it, from that point forward, you would not have to take economics to get a high school diploma in the state of California. You would only have to take personal finance.
Okay.
As per the state.
I mean, currently, our district has some requirements that are beyond the state.
We have many. Yeah,
already.
we're way beyond.
So this is not something out of the norm of what we already do.
Yeah, we have many requirements beyond the state of California for high school diploma.
Any additional questions?
Sorry, just one more. Is econ across all the high schools combined with gov classes? So like with this new like curriculum, they would just be gov alone that would be taught instead of gov and econ together?
That's one of the things we got to figure out. But because yes, right now those things are paired. So would it become personal finance and government? Or, I mean, that's, again, there's a lot of work to be done. Yeah. But to your point, Mr. Reed, there, in terms of next year, there wouldn't be an impact. And like I said, I will double check all that while the meeting continues. If I am incorrect, I will let you know before the end of the night. But I do not believe there's any impact on next year's schedule.
And I have a quick question on the ethnic studies as well. Ethnic studies, the same timeline that we're talking as this is the 2031, is that correct? Or is that immediate?
2930 for ethnic studies.
That's class of 2030. So next year's freshman.
Yeah.
Next year's freshman.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And that's a state requirement.
No, it was, yeah. The governor had submitted as a state requirement, and then when it wasn't funded, it became an unfunded mandate, and then that requirement was put on pause. All of our surrounding districts are continuing to move forward except for San Juan, and the County Office of Ed and California Department of Ed are saying that it is going to be moving forward, and they're recommending districts continue so they're not caught behind. So that's why it's being submitted today.
They anticipate the funding coming forward?
I don't know if they anticipate the funding, but they anticipate the expectation that ethnic studies is a course for grad requirement.
And I can actually speak on the funding. I know in April during Ledge Action Week, one of the top priorities with CSBA is to push for additional funding for ethnic studies. So if it doesn't happen this year, I can guarantee it'll probably happen next year as far as funding. So I like the idea of keeping it as it is. And you said San Juan is the only one that...
Yeah, it is our understanding. And they were on board and then at some point pushed pause as well.
Well, they can pause. I think we should move forward along with our other neighboring districts. So,
Superintendent Swanson, a question. We have launched ethnic studies in all of our high schools. It's currently available, correct?
I believe it's available in all.
Yes, it's in all of our schools. There's offerings in all of our schools.
So it's as an elective right now?
Yes.
Okay. But the class does exist that any student who wants to take ethnic studies can take ethnic studies.
Yeah, and we have multiple iterations of it in terms of standalone class as well as ethnic studies that are embedded into other classes, such as English, such as social studies or art.
Okay. I guess one thing that I'm just thinking off the top of my head here, as long as I've been on the school board, I've lamented, and I've heard other people lament, including administrators and other, my colleagues and the public and the parents, about state mandates and how we have no control because the state's mandating something. We have no control because the legislature is micromanaging something. We have no control, we have no control, we have no control. And now we have an example of something that the state has pulled away from the mandate. So why would we mandate something that the state's pulled away from if we are already have the class, are going to continue to have the class at all of our high schools? Why wouldn't we just continue with it as an elective and then make it a mandate when the state makes it a mandate? Again, I'll go back to Folsom High School. It's almost criminal how we treat Folsom High School on the number of credits students can have to graduate compared to the other schools where they have a lot more ability to take and experiment with different types of classes and learn new subject matter to find, perhaps where their passion resides. Whereas in Folsom High, they have limited ability with electives. So, what's the rush here? I guess is my question.
I think one thing about the way that the ethnic studies curriculum has been developed is it's actually giving more opportunity to students, especially even at Folsom High, because now not only can they take English 9, but they could take the English 9 that has the ethnic studies embedded within it. I don't know if it's English 9, and I'm just, okay. So I think that what we're doing is innovative for one, and creative in a way that kids you're not just doing the normal English class, but you're also getting the graduation requirement of ethnic studies, which you might not expose yourself to otherwise, but you are also getting your English credit. So I think that our curriculum and instruction department has done an incredible job, and at the state level and county level, there's been a ton of work poured into this for years. And again, I think sometimes being proactive and being ahead of the game is a good thing, and we've been able to really put our foot forward and do things along with Elk Grove and Sac City and the Twin Rivers, Natomas. A lot of the other districts have put forward these ideas and worked with the county for years now to be able to develop something that isn't just a standalone class, but something that students can also get their English credit or also get their things, which I think moving forward with these graduation requirements, that's what we're going to start to see is more cross-curricular classes, which is better for students and better for learning anyways. And so I think moving forward, when we're looking at these graduation requirements, it's going to look different. It's not going to be a single class here. It's going to look like, how can we embed economics into financial literacy? It's requiring people to think outside the box and do things in a way that actually looks like life, because you're not just ever going to just go and do straight economics. That's going to be across the board. You're never going to do just an English class in life. And so I think that when we're moving forward and we're looking at these, that's the way we're going to have to start looking at these requirements, is how can we combine them and how can we learn in multiple ways in a single class that used to be just English 9. And so I think that this is a step ahead, and I think it's a great step ahead because this is how students learn. So,
Any other comments? Any public comment? I don't think we do on this item. We already did it? Okay. All right. If I can get a motion then?
I'm just wondering, are any of my colleagues willing to just bring this back at the next meeting so we can do a little bit more?
I would like to have a little more information on the economics specific.
Yeah. I second that.
Is that
To pull
consensus
this
from the
back.
board? Is that consensus from the board?
When we talk about bringing it back, how long is that gonna take? Or are we gonna kick the can down the road?
No, I think it, from what I've heard from the board, the direction is to get a little more clarity that was being directed towards Dr. Huber and finding out how those things are squaring, where that course is, what it can look like. I think by February 5th, we could have that information, so that would be our next board meeting.
And that we're asking for more information on the personal finance, economic component, or what?
Yeah, one of the questions I'm wondering is this something that we, with personal finance, maybe we can investigate to see if an economics segment can be built into the curriculum, if that would be permitted, or are we potentially saying goodbye to economics as a class?
as someone who's built with the county curriculum, we can do whatever we want. So whatever we decide as a district, we can either pull what the county or the state puts out, but as a district, the teachers would then come together, whoever's going to be teaching it, and basically create the curriculum. The state will be putting out maybe possibly textbooks or a combination of textbooks. So none of that is going to be mandated by the state. There will be standards that have to be taught, but that doesn't mean you can't teach beyond that. You can't have more than what is being put out there by the district. So we're not going to be limited to a single thing. As the school board, we vote in those course outlines. We decide what at the end of the day, we could as a board say, we want this personal finance class, but the personal finance needs to have these standards from economics embedded into that class. And that's where the curriculum instruction department excels and does a fantastic job at pulling those things. So that's going to be up to many other committees. That has nothing to do with what just a simple statement of the personal finance being a graduation requirement.
I think we should just go ahead and vote on it.
Can I get a motion?
I'll move.
Moved by Mr. Clark,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Lofthouse. Ms. Rochelle?
Ms. Wong?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
No.
Mr. Chalem Chorla?
No. The no is only because we want to understand more. That's all. It is important. You know, it's not blindly putting it yes or no. That's the only reason I'm putting it for next meeting. It's a no.
Ms. Larrett?
No.
Motion fails.
So I'm just taking direction from the board. What I've heard is that we'll get more information to the board and bring this to the February 5th board meeting for consideration.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, did we pull item S? Yes, we did. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item S, approve revised board policies 51161, intra-district open enrollment, and BP 5117, intra-district attendance. Mr. Swanson?
Yeah, this is, these policies we've been working on for, gosh, Trustee Reed, about a year, right? A little less than a year.
11 months.
The genesis of this conversation was from last spring when, as we all know, we're blessed to be one of 10% of districts in the state of California that is growing in enrollment, but those present different challenges for a school district. While other districts in the state are trying to figure out how to cut and lay off folks and close schools, we're trying to figure out how to hire more people and build schools, right? And one of the things, until we do that, we have some schools that are overcrowded. And what we decided last year, I'm going to estimate, I think it was in March, was to freeze the inter-district transfers into Folsom High School as a school that was approaching its capacity. And Trustee Reed, and then we hosted a town hall at Folsom Middle, and Trustee Reed brought to the attention of the board and myself that it would be nice if we had policies that were more explicit around when we do that, rather than it feeling, I guess, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Trustee Reed, but feeling like arbitrary. And so the goal of these policies is to use our facility, through our facilities teams, what are our enrollment like markers to then trigger what would be a school that was eligible for inter-district transfers and choice, or intra is the word, district transfers, and when students were not eligible. And that's what these policies are getting at. Trustee Reed, did I capture your idea well enough on that?
Yeah, no, it's, and this really came from direction of the board, because we had to proactively stop the inter-district transfers at Folsom High because of the population. And the board felt that we would benefit from a revised, policies, both inter and intra-district policies, that created a new process that it would just be automatic when certain conditions were met, that as a matter of board policy, inter-district transfers would stop, and as a matter of board policy, if the school grows even larger, that intra-district transfers would stop. And obviously the reverse would take place too, when the enrollment would drop. That would allow for intra-district transfers. That would be the first that would be available, and as the enrollment drops further, then we would open it up for inter-district transfers. So, I think this came to at least, I don't know, Kara, what do you think? Four policy meetings, and we kept on tweaking it and refining the language. And I think we got to a place that we felt very comfortable. The administration felt very comfortable in being able to administer the changes to the policy, and this was the recommendation from the policy committee to the board for its formal adoption. And correct if I'm wrong, it won't technically right now change. I mean, it just formalizes what we've done at Folsom High and Vista del Lago. They both will qualify under the new policies for no inter-district transfers. But what will be the big difference is, we have some other schools in the district that are getting tight. And at some point, if we don't open up new facilities to alleviate the stress, it's entirely possible some other facilities might qualify for or automatically be implicated in these policies and stop inter-district transfers there as well.
Any other comments from the board?
Nope.
Public comment?
Yes. Earl Smith?
Evening, Board, Madam President, Mr. Swanson. I would respectfully request you guys consider this within a student who does want to do an inter-district transfer when there's only one jazz choir, Folsom High School. So if a student goes to Sutter Middle School and they're zoned to go to Vista, they want to sing in the Folsom High Jazz Choir, or at least audition, we're going to limit that student? Same with jazz band. Cordova High having a jazz band, and what I've learned is the jazz director there is pretty good. And I've met some of the students that graduated from Cordova High that's playing in the ARC jazz combo class and jazz big band class, and they're really good. However, if a student, once again, went to Sutter and they're zoned to go to Vista, there's no jazz band there. And they were in the jazz band in the middle school. Like, jazz performance major is a major in college. And it takes playing 4 years in high school to even have a shot at the college level and majoring in their instrument, jazz. So, this being the Folsom Cordova School District known for having money, could there be an exception for that student who wishes to go to Folsom High or go to Cordova and be in the jazz band when they're zoned to go to Vista and their goals are to major in jazz studies in college, or vice versa, the jazz choir? I truly would like to see actually a jazz band and jazz choir at all 3 schools. That's what I would really like to see. But I do understand money and hiring. So I just ask the board to consider that. Consider the student who wants to move forward in their future in jazz, and that they won't be limited where they can only go to Vista or so forth.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Superintendent?
Yes, sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong, yes, I could be. I believe all of the students that are districted to Sutter are all districted to Folsom High School. I don't believe we have any schools that go from elementary to Sutter that don't also go to Folsom High. Is that correct?
That is the standard matriculation pattern, yes.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I know with south of 50, it's a little bit of a jumble where we are sending students south of 50 to Folsom Middle and then to Folsom High School, but we don't have anybody who's going to Sutter and then to Vista from that. So, okay, all right.
Okay, if I can get a motion on item S.
I'll move.
Moved by Mr. Reed,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Lofthouse. Ms. Rochelle?
Ms. Long?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Moving on to item, let's see here, we're on item 8, special presentations. We will go to celebrating our student athlete accomplishments, fall sports.
We'll invite Peter Maroon up to the lectern and thank in advance for I see an athletic director out there that's been very patient. Peter's going to share a little bit about our student athletes and our teams.
On the behest of Mr. Shields, I've had to cut the speech down a lot. First of all, good evening, board members, President Larrett, Superintendent Swanson, colleagues, members of the audience. We are here to celebrate the accomplishments for our teams and our student athletes with a large portion of our middle and high school students participating in interscholastic athletics, demonstrating strong sense of student engagement and broad access to extracurricular opportunities. FCUSD's athletic program increase student motivation, strengthen student engagement, and foster a sense of belonging and connectedness across schools, supporting overall district culture and student success. Today is not just about celebrating our athletic achievements. We're here to applaud the student athletes who have embraced the demanding task of balancing academics with their commitment to sports. The classroom is a proving ground where their dedication, focus, and hard work manifest in academic success. Our athletes have not only risen to that challenge, but have excelled, showcasing their determination to be champions in both realms. As we applaud their achievements, let us also express our gratitude to their coaches, teachers, and parents who have played pivotal roles in nurturing and guiding these student athletes. It is through their unwavering support and mentorship that our student athletes have thrived and grown into remarkable individuals that we're honoring. Last fall, we had a total of 779 high school student athletes participate at the high school level. This fall has increased to 811. With that 4% increase, every year we've seen a steady growth in our district for athletics. And that is falling in line with the state as well as the National High School Federation's reporting of anticipated number of students participating. Last year, we also had a total of 37% of all middle and high school students participating in interscholastic athletics, a testament to the supportive opportunities that FCUSD provides to our students. As a sample of that accomplishment, this fall sports, we'd like to honor Folsom High School's girls volleyball team and boys football team. I'd like to ask Ms. Finley to come up here and join me if she will. I don't have to tell you the endless hours athletic directors put into their schools and their programs and their support for what we do. First, we're going to honor our girls volleyball team from Folsom High School. Coach Devin Elmore, come on up. Folsom High girls varsity volleyball team won the CIF Sac Joaquin Division I Section Championship. This is a first in school history. The team finished out the season with a record of 34 wins and 10 losses. After winning the section, they competed at the Open Division for the state championship and are currently ranked 20th in the state going into the 2026-27 season. Congratulations, Coach. Thank you. Stay up here, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Stay. In addition, Coach Doherty, come on up. Our boys varsity team are the Sierra Foothill League champs, the Sac Joaquin Section Division I Section champs, the NorCal Division I Regional champs, and the CIF State Division I AA champs. This is the second state championship in 3 years and the school's sixth state championship. The Bulldogs have won 6 NorCal championships, 12 Sac Joaquin Section championships, and 10 SFL League championships. They are ranked number 7 going into the 2026-27 season. Congratulations, Coach Doherty.
Hey.
In addition to that, quarterback Ryder Williams was selected as the Gatorade Player of the Year for the second time in a row, as well as the Max Prep Sac Joaquin Section Player of the Year. Coach Doherty was also honored as the Coach of the Year for the Max Preps for the Sac Joaquin Section in the state of California. Congratulations, Coach.
Hey, Peter, point of correction there, Ryder Lyons.
What did I say?
Williams. I know, I'm just saying.
Sorry, Ryder Lyons corrected.
He left today.
In addition, our Vista Del Lago High School girls golf team won the CIF Sac Joaquin Section Division II Section Championship. Coach Methersmith and the Vista Del Lago administration is unable to join us tonight. They are hosting back to school night. The success of our student athletes, teams, coaches is made possible through a collective efforts of our community, the district departments that have worked collaboratively to ensure exceptional support and seamless operations. We extend our sincere appreciation to our classified staff, our fiscal service department, can't speak enough about them, purchasing department, facilities and maintenance, transportation, human resources for their essential contributions behind the scenes. And on behalf of the student athletes, I would like to thank our school board, our superintendent, our administrators, athletic directors, and coaching staff for the countless hours, unwavering dedication, and commitment to providing meaningful, high-quality athletic experiences that positively impact students both on and off the field. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Thanks, coaches.
We want to do a picture?
Let's do it.
Let's get. I see you took out the glasses though.
Yes, sir.
I know.
Yeah, you do. Yeah. All right, look here, 1, 2, 3. All right, very good. Anybody else want to take a picture? You got it? Okay, thank you so much, congratulations.
Thank you.
Where did this come from?
Oh, it's for upcoming comment.
Ah.
No, I'll just die.
We'll move on to item 9, public comment.
Yes.
Oh, time will be given to the speakers at the discretion of the board chairperson. The law allows the public to address the board on any matter not on the agenda, but the law prohibits action by the board on non-agenda items.
Yes, first up, we have Anita Kerms, followed by April Javist.
Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us, and Happy New Year to you. I think we can still say that, right?
Yep.
Gonna turn our focus on to our little kids for a minute. My name is Anita Kermis, and I am here tonight on behalf of, in support of the Sacramento Literacy Foundation. I volunteer with this organization because I strongly believe in their mission, which is to get all our kids reading. I think last time I was here in the spring, I talked about how I learned that from TK through third grade, we teach our kids how to read. So you're learning to read. And from fourth grade on, they're reading to learn. And that was really a light bulb for me at that moment. To that end, I was overjoyed when I saw and learned that you all passed a resolution, yay, in support and your commitment to literacy. So thank you for that. I'm learning so much during my volunteer time. And just this month, I started with Experience Corps and have been assigned to a local elementary school where I get 2 days a week, I get to spend some time with first, second, and third graders in helping them with reading fluency. And it's been a lot of fun. So I just want to say that all of our efforts to expand literacy initiatives will really go a long way to help our kids. And as I listen to the presentations today, they're doing amazing things in middle school and high school, and I hope the little ones kind of can continue and follow suit. Again, I just want to thank you for your time and your support towards our literacy efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. April?
Thank you. Anita deserves a big round of applause. She volunteers 20 hours a week and helps all these kids. It's amazing. Anyway, my name is April Javist. I'm the executive director of the Sacramento Literacy Foundation and a Lancer from 1979. I'm here to talk to you a little bit about SB 488, SB 114, and AB 1454. You have a little bit of a presentation. This is legislation designed to support you to introduce literacy solutions so that all kids are reading, so that basically you don't have kids not reading and trying to catch up in, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, all of that. So there's a lot of data here that we've given you. I'm going to jump you right to page 3, slide 5. Your district is at 55% grade level reading. That's third grade reading. Right, you've been flat on the third grade reading level from last year to this year. And you can see, which I pointed out the last time, the Cordova side is at 32% grade level reading, while the Folsom side is at 70% grade level reading. So there's a clear gap there that needs to get filled. SB 488 tells colleges what they need to do to teach teachers how to teach the science of reading. And so Then there's an organization called the National Council on Teacher Quality, which is my next page, slide 7. And what they do is they grade schools on how they're doing. Of the 41 credentialed programs in California, 7 have been graded with a B or an A. We recommend you hire from those 7 colleges because those teachers are ready to teach the kiddos how to read. And that's the most important skill any kid's going to learn from kindergarten to the 3rd grade, the most important skill. We also have legislation around the dyslexia screener. You know about that. You guys have introduced it. You've done one screening. You're doing another one now, and you'll do a 3rd one at the end of the year. That's awesome. So then there's 1454. That's the newest piece of legislation. It was unanimously voted for both at the Senate and the Assembly. That never happens. And it was given a $200 million appropriation for teacher training. So what's to look for? By September 1st, 2026, acceptable teacher training, that's going to be probably letters and core. You guys do a lot of letters training already. That's going to be, money's going to be available to go after those trainings. My guess is our SCOE is going to issue that. Look out for it. Then curriculum. By January 31st, 2027, curriculum for the science of reading will be available. Okay, I'm going to move forward really, really quick to slide 12. And my major recommendation and our major recommendation to you guys is to have one person in your organization as a literacy chief, literally, so that there's one person trying to sew up all of the literacy issues from elementary to middle to high school. And so this is a recommendation that comes from Fulcrum. They're a well-known established consultancy. And if you guys would like me to come back in a more easier way and talk again, I would love to do that. I'm going to do that for a few districts. And I want to thank you very much for your time. Eric, we think you're doing great work, and we expect to see this district really increase grade level reading rates on the Cordova side, given all the interventions that have happened. Thank you so
April.
much.
Next, we have Rigo Tovar, followed by Bailey Redding.
Good afternoon. My name is Rigo Tovar, and I'm the program manager at the Sacramento Literacy Foundation. I work with the highest Title I schools in Sacramento to deliver our culturally relevant book giveaway program. This is a program where we give every TK through 2nd grade student a bag with 5 brand new culturally relevant books. Through our own fundraising efforts and various partnerships, we have delivered over 96,815 brand new culturally relevant books to kids in TK through 2nd grade across 38 of the highest Title I schools here in Sacramento. I'm happy to announce that we recently received CIF funding to expand this program to Folsom Cordova Unified at your Cordova Meadows campus this spring. The culturally relevant book giveaway program may sound simple, but these bags of books are backed with tons of research. We give 5 books because research tells us that 5 books is what a child needs to read in order to hold on to their previously achieved reading level. We give these books to the kids to take home because the research also shows that books in the home are as important to a child's educational attainment as their parents' education and career level. And finally, we give kids culturally relevant books because research shows that mirrors of oneself and windows into new worlds are critical parts of a developing reader. By having kids see themselves in their stories, they can pull from their lived experiences to become faster and more confident readers. We provide the tools necessary to assist kids on their reading journeys, and we look forward to bringing this program into Folsom Cordova this spring, and we'll continue to look for other funding opportunities to expand to your other school sites. Actually, on our way in, I noticed that you guys had some books out there. So I'd like to leave some of these books in there for you guys. That's okay. And so I'd like to thank you for your work that you're doing and for the opportunity to speak here today. I look forward to supporting your district in your literacy efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Bailey Redding, followed by Michelina.
Hello, my name is Bailey Redding, and I'm a senior at Vista Del Lago High School. I've grown up around the whole entire country, and I've seen firsthand what good a climate resolution could do, especially since Addie's passed last year. As a kid, my mom used to take me and my sisters through forests and beaches and teach us all about the random biology that she would know. As I got older, I started to realize and learn how important it is to save the world we have and preserve our Earth for future generations. But curbing our climate crisis isn't just about the big changes. More often than not, it's the small things everyday people do. The implementation of a climate committee could help educate the public, create policies, and build a community focused on actual change. By instituting our plan for a climate resolution committee, we can start a grassroots movement that will have a direct impact within our community and be able to focus on what our district needs and what we can do to help. This carbon neutrality goal and the climate resolution committee would provide a concrete plan for our district to follow, even within our current budget deficits. Thank you for your time and your consideration of creating a climate committee that will continuously work towards a green earth.
Thank you. Michelina, followed by Ruhi.
Hi, good evening, board. My name is Michalina Kwijinska, and I'm a current senior at Vista del Lago. For the past almost 13 years now, I've been a student here at FCUSD, and this district has truly given me the opportunity to learn so much and explore various different interests of mine. Last year, for example, I had the opportunity to join and compete as an alternate on Vista's absolutely wonderful academic decathlon team. Learning about and diving into last year's theme, which was our changing climate, through the lens of various different academic subjects, 7 to be exact. I got to really explore the true depth and breadth of the climate crisis and how our environment impacts ourselves and everyone around us in far more ways, big and small, than can be seen at first glance. As someone who's been a lifelong explorer of nature and who grew up with a mom that identified and researched California native plants for fun, keeping this district sustainable and environmentally friendly for our next generation of new Folsom Cordova students is something that's very important to me. Seeing Addie's climate resolution get passed with the help of so many of my fellow classmates last year made me incredibly thankful to witness this first step in achieving that goal. I know our district is working within tight budgets and deficits in the coming years. However, I know that building upon and working towards the carbon neutrality goals set out in the climate resolution will leave a lasting positive impact on the district for years to come. I'd like the board to consider creating a committee of staff, community members, and students to find better ways to implement the goals set about by last year's climate resolution in a concrete and attainable way. Such a committee would provide a forum to create and tailor climate action plans to best suit our district's ever-changing needs while providing accountability and transparency about reaching our long-term sustainability goals. Thank you so much for your time, and I really hope that you'll consider the creation of a climate committee to foster the development of a more sustainable district for our future generation of students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ruhi Bindra, followed by Faith Smith.
Good evening, board. My name is Ruhi Bindra, and I'm currently a senior at Vista del Lago High School. Although I only joined the district 4 years ago when I began high school, my personal relationship with the environment and nature dates back much further. When I was growing up, my mom worked for the Department of Water Resources and my dad worked for the Department of Fish and Wildlife, so it's safe to say I was taught about conservation and sustainability at a very young age. As I've grown up, my love for nature has continued to grow, but I've also seen firsthand the worsening of climate change and the growing negative effects, whether they be big or whether they be small. But I've also learned about the ways that we as individuals, but also as a school and as a district, can help slow its effects. Addie's climate resolution being passed last year is a great first step towards making sure that FCUSD acts sustainably now and in the future, and I believe it's imperative that we continue on this path and build a solid foundation for future FCUSD students. I implore the board to consider the creation of a committee made up of community members, assorted staff, and of course students, in order to ensure that the goals set by last year's climate resolution are sincerely worked towards and are hopefully achieved in a reasonable amount of time. A committee like this would provide accountability as well as a way to make sure the plans to combat climate change are implemented effectively but efficiently and in ways that make sense for our district and for our schools. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Faith Smith, followed by Earl Smith.
Hi, my name is Faith Smith. So earlier, my dad mentioned about the limits of having a prerequisite to be in band and not, that's limiting strings. And I've mentioned before about how I was not allowed to join the jazz band on strings. Well, I wasn't allowed to audition in the first place, so I wasn't even given that option to even try. However, I had mentioned that there was a jazz violinist prior. And I had searched before multiple times to try and find evidence of this. But recently, I did find tons of videos from 2018 of the Folsom High School Jazz Band, which I will email this to all of you guys later so you can see for yourself, of him playing violin. The title of this video, as you can see here, that's violin. Full-on violin feature right there. He's playing electric. And the title of this video is Folsom High School Jazz Band 1, which is Jazz Band A, so it's the top band, in 2018 Reno Jazz Festival. And I found that there were tons more videos of him going to Gen, going to every festival that they went to, and being in the jazz band. So I'll send this to you so that you guys know that it is not, it would not be the first time that violin has been in the jazz band at Folsom High School. It's just I was denied from doing it. And he's not the only one. I also recently met the mother of a girl who was also a violinist in the jazz band and the jazz choir back in the same time period, under the same prior director who is still working with the current director, which is Gal Williams and Gazer. Thank you.
Thank you, Faith.
Thank you. Earl Smith?
Good evening, board. Madam President, Mr. Swanson. I want to remind you, Mr. Swanson, of that amazing video that you presented to all the parents in the district about customer service. I'll let you take credit of that. You know that was a result from the ruling from the CDE. I feel it's been lost. You know, I met with you with Ms. Pryor. You said you were going to fix situations, and I came up here talking about our scenario. You promised that you were going to help. You were going to fix it. I gave you the board policies. I gave you the California Ed Code, all of it. A teacher is not guarded from breaking the law. Just like that parent that was parked within, was it 100 feet, 1,000 feet from the school zone with guns in his car? He broke the law. And we give all kind of proof. You know, when you take math class, does the teacher get to pick? I can't find that anywhere. If the district teaches the instrument or the student should have the opportunity of every program within the district. So even with that ruling, upright bass, that's a violin. I'm the specialist. Not only do I have a degree in this, I'm a multi-award winning. So, you know, when you give me a policy, I mean, when you make comment up here, I'm heartbroken. Because I gave you the chance. I spoke lots of praise to you, having good faith. You know, when I talk to the other parents, the Indian parents, and you say that what's the little app what the grades are going on to? What's that called? Power School. When you say Power School is having a teacher putting a grade in Power School, that's a conference with the parent? That's just not even, like, I can't even wrap my head around that thinking. There's so much stuff like that in this district that people just don't want to do stuff. They're just lazy. The child is entitled, and you are here to serve the child. You serve the district, yes, but the child is supposed to take precedence, and you said that, and I don't see you doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Next up, Nicole Heine.
I have one more thing tonight. So with all the fun math that we've had, rearranging teacher schedules these last 2 weeks, we've had a lot of teachers had to add an extra period. So now a lot of teachers are teaching a 120. So we asked the district what that looks like for substitutes. And so what it looks like is they get the same pay whether they teach from 7:30 in the morning to 3:35 or 8:30 in the morning to 3:35 on those long block days. And the teachers are very concerned, and I think reasonably so, that nobody's going to pick up their sub jobs. They're going to be the last ones that are taken because they're essentially getting paid, like less per hour for that really long day. That's already a hard day. So just a thought to look at our compensation packages. Perhaps we could add in a tiny hourly bump for those long days for teachers that are teaching that full 120, and when they have a substitute or need a substitute, so that they can have substitutes. These are generally our best teachers who are teaching the most technical and difficult classes that we want a really good sub to show up and be able to keep the class moving along. So something you might not have seen yet, I said I was going to be here and that I would bring that forth to the board tonight. So thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes our public comment section. And we'll move on to item 10, reports of district organizations, and we'll start with our student advisory board.
Yeah, so last week actually, SAB had our first meeting of the year at Vista Del Lago. So it was very exciting for me to get to share with everyone at SAB like my Vista Pride, and all of our admin and even a bunch of our student government officers helped take these students around Vista on a 15-minute tour at the very beginning of our meeting. And we had the tour structured as like a scavenger hunt. So they got to go into our black box and our guitar room at the beginning, and then they went and toured they went inside the library, and they got to see the basketball courts, the track. So it was really cool for them. A lot of people said they really enjoyed it, and they were in smaller groups too. So yeah. And then after that, they decorated pennants. So actually from the parent event that we went to, what was it? The parent summit that we went to, Miss Cabrera had a bunch of extra pennants, and me and Evelyn kept it for months. And we actually used those pennants to have the SAB students decorate it with something that they were proud of, something that made them proud to be a student at FCUSD. So a lot of them just wrote their names because they saw the example on the slideshow had a name on it. But a lot of them also wrote SAB, and then they decorated it with I'm proud because of my teachers, clubs. One student even wrote the name of their favorite teacher. It was really sweet. And when we had them leave the meeting, they were waving their pennants. So it was a really cute video that I got. And then we also had just committee meetings for them. They got to, our communications committee got to make another fun video for us. So yeah, it was a very fun meeting. And I think Evelyn's gonna talk about kind of her experience too.
So going on with the tour that Addie mentioned, I got there a little bit late because, when I got there, I was so amazed at how beautiful the campus is at Vista and how many entrances there were. So I did get a little lost. But yeah, it was beautiful, and Addie gave me a personal tour, so I felt special. And then thank you to the student government class that helped out. I also got feedback from the Cordova kids, and they also liked it and enjoyed it as well. And then besides having our normal slideshow and the members meet in their respective committees, we also had Ms. Cabrera show up and give a data walk presentation on the rates of absenteeism and math, reading. So basically what we had here a couple meetings ago, if I'm not wrong.
The California dashboard data.
Yes, the California dashboard. So yeah, and that's all I have for SAB.
Okay, moving on to the California School Employees Association.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Swanson. I have short talk tonight. Article 8 TA will be up for ratification vote at the end of the month.
We're optimistic to have openers ready for you by February, but we're looking more towards March probably. So that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to Folsom Cordova Education Association.
Good evening, everybody. So happy 2026 to all, to the board, to staff, and to families. We had a 2-week break that was much needed by all to rejuvenate and to finish out the upcoming months strong and prepare our students for any challenges that they will face in the near future. We also had the student survey that was conducted for staff and families this fall, and the results are rolling out to sites this month. It fits well with the district performance targets of system-wide connectedness, as being not just for students, but the entire FCUS family, from the maintenance crew to the district executive cabinet. Student education uses the tagline, use the feedback from those closest to the work to support improvement. On December 2nd, our district and superintendent demonstrated their commitment to teammates always by including labor partners in the initial rollout of the results to the executive cabinet, something that Jennifer, our coach director from Suter, acknowledged as something that she couldn't remember seeing across the nation. So thank you very much for that. As a longtime employee of the district, I have seen many programs roll out. They often result in staff being given new directives and frequently haven't sought our input at all. I'm encouraged that this official rollout emphasized the need for a continuous loop of asking, not just gathering data and analyzing it, but engaging in discussions and asking questions of everyone so that any next steps and actions are arrived at as a team. If the process follows as the rollout describes, it would be a relatively unusual event in my experience, where all too often innovations are prescribed to us rather than developed with us. I look forward to seeing the improvements in the areas that are a challenge for our district as a whole. Aligned to the practice of collaboration, I wanted to give an acknowledgement to Jason Strickler. In the past few months, he has settled into the position of Director of Special Education. He and I have had several discussions that are collaborative to discuss the processes to improve working conditions for staff and the education of all students. Just today, I sat on 3 meetings that Jason initiated to get feedback on the neighborhood school model, both the glows and the needed tweaks to the program. A couple of teachers thank Jason for including them in this discussion. They felt heard by leadership for the first time regarding this program. I am confident Jason will continue the inclusion of staff to make our special education department a safe and satisfying place to work. Again, happy 26, and I look forward to continuing to work with our district leadership to make sure our district is a place that all staff is proud of and feel confident to promote anybody who asks us. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and moving on to Folsom Cordova Leadership Association.
Hey, good evening, President Larrett, members of the board, Superintendent Swanson, and colleagues. First, happy School Board Recognition Month. So thank you for your service. As we move into the second half of the school year, our school administrators have begun planning for the 26-27 school year. This week, we launched our build workshops to begin preparing Power School for next year's scheduling and enrollment processes. In addition, site principals are reviewing their student survey results and will begin implementing targeted improvement strategies into their site plans to strengthen school climate. Earlier today, all certificated staff, along with site and district leadership, completed PRISM training. This work continues to support our commitment to creating inclusive, supportive, and learning environments for all students and staff. What I'm most excited to share tonight is an upcoming recognition opportunity through FCLA as we are part of AXA's Region 3, which includes areas of Sacramento, Yolo, Elk Grove, and San Juan. On February 2nd, the region will host what's called Every Student Succeeds, which is an event that honors students who have overcome significant hardships and demonstrated resilience and success in schools. It'll be hosted at the Automobile Museum in Old Sacramento. Our site administrators nominated 7 outstanding students this year, and we are proud that 3 of them have been selected to move forward to the event. 2 of those students are from Cordova High. One of those is from Cordova Meadows. And Superintendent Swanson and I have already discussed bringing these students here at a later board meeting to recognize them publicly. So Again, thank you for your service as we honor you in the month of January. And then we just wanted to make sure that you were aware of the February 2nd event that takes place. So I do have a brochure. I can leave it. It does have a sign-up sheet if you're interested in attending. So.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, District English Learner Advisory Committee.
Good evening, President Larrett, members of the board, Superintendent Swanson, and my esteemed colleagues. Elena Cabrera here, and I have a brief report today for us that covers a couple of areas, one beginning with DLAC. We did meet on the 6th of January, and as you know, in December, the dashboard came out, and one of the really great highlights for our district was the English learner results that grew by 6.2%. We're really thrilled about that. Showing up on the dashboard, but it has been multi-years of effort on that. We're really continuing to put our head down and expect to see continued growth. What was really exciting was the LTEL, long-term English learner growth, which even far surpassed, and you will notice that the group of LTELs were actually in the blue, which is in that gauge, the optimal place to be. So we know that there's still work to be done, but we're really happy with the work our teachers have done, of course, our students, the parents who've supported them, and again, we're keeping our head down and continuing that work. So that was really wonderful news to share with our parents. In addition, we also talked about the upcoming data walk, which will be not just for our district, but we prepare data walks that are school site specific for all of our schools, all 37. So every one of our principals has their school site data walks with information and at various times. In fact, I know there's one next Tuesday that I'll be at, but throughout this month of January and February, principals are conducting their school site council meetings and engaging their educational partners in that discussion, which of course includes the English learner advisory groups. Another area of topic discussed at the January DLAC was a language acquisition program, and basically in the very beginning stages of having some input gathering sessions, as was presented before from a group of parents. So we did bring that topic forward to English Learner Advisory Committee, which is a committee that advises on that kind of program discussion. So final thing on DLAC is that our next DLAC meeting is Tuesday, February 4th, and I'm going to move on to Parent Summit. On Saturday the 7th is our next Parent Summit, and that will be the district data walk. So we look forward to those that can attend, and you'll get to see up close and personal where we are as a district, and then have the opportunity to dive deeper into where we are in subgroups and other categories of our performance. And that does include, attendance, language arts, math, and even our climate results throughout the year. So beyond the next Parent Summit on the 7th, we are gearing up for our final Parent Summit for this year, which would be April the 20th. And what I want to highlight is the fact that that is a recognition ceremony for our reclassified students and our state seal of biliteracy. That's our report today. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to board committees. Does anybody have anything to report?
Madam President?
Yes.
Yes, I've had 2 committee meetings that have transpired since our last board meeting. Just give a quick update on January 7th, the Artificial Intelligence Committee met. They are approaching, I would say, the end of their goal of developing an AI framework for instruction for the teachers, for guidance. And at the meeting, I asked if they might be able to come to the board and give a quick presentation as an update. They thought that was a great idea. So maybe that might be something the superintendent can work and find an appropriate time for the AI committee to come in and give us an update. But they've been putting a great deal of work into it, and I'm sure the end result is going to be greatly beneficial to the district, the teachers, the students. So. Also on January 8th, I attended I always have to say the qualifier, the 3-hour Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee. So, and that committee has been meeting regularly since August and doing a very good job. They continue to go through all the departments and identify savings that can be recommended to the board and contained in future budget recommendations that Sean will be coming forward with. So, I really like that committee, other than the 3-hour component. But I mean, in all seriousness, it really. The superintendent and Mr. Martin were very thoughtful on who to include on that committee. I very much appreciate the union representation that are on that committee, as well as representatives from the FCUSD community. And I think it's a good cross-representation. We have students on there as well, not these two students. They correctly identified this might be a good committee to seek volunteers. But and I don't know this to be true, but I have to imagine this is a fairly unique process we have engaged in compared to other school districts in this state and across the country. And I think it really speaks highly into our thoughtfulness. It doesn't mean that, will this be the be-all and end-all when the work is done? No, I think this is just the first step. I think we all recognize that we have difficult budget times coming forward, even as a growing school district. But other school districts aren't doing this, and I can only imagine the position that's going to place those school districts in, and at least we're going to be better prepared for that. So, so those were the 2 meetings I attended. So, yeah.
Any other reports?
No, I echo what David said. I sit with him in that budget advisory committee. My favorite word there is efficiencies. Leads to savings. And again, I want to give one more time shout out to Sean Martin, our CFO, for well-rounded thoughts. And every committee member goes by the dollar by dollar there. How we are spending, what we can do better. So thank you again. Yes, I echo what David said. I haven't seen this in any other public agencies. It has been 28 years working for public agencies myself. Thank you.
The #1 school district in the state would do something like this.
Exactly. I double down that.
If there's no other reports, we'll move on to item 10, public hearing. Public hearing, Measure M waiver request from Education Code Section 15106 and 15334.5. So we will gavel out of our board meeting and gavel into our public hearing.
Welcome to the hearing. I'm inviting Mr. Rouse up to the lectern. He can speak more intelligently about this as it relates to our bond funding related to the assessed value. Can I take it from there?
Yeah. And good evening, President Larrett, board members, Superintendent Swanson. In order to request to get Measure M waiver approved, we're required to hold a hearing per Education Code. I had it right here, 15106 and 15334.5. So we're requesting the board hold a public hearing tonight.
Any questions from the board? Any public comment? No public comments? Okay, then we will gavel out of the public hearing and gavel back into the board meeting. And we will move on to item 12, discussion action. Item A, adopt resolution number 01-15-26-25, approve Measure M waiver request from Education Code 15106 and 15334.5.
And this is the action item that is a result of the hearing that we just held.
Any questions from the board? Any public comment?
No.
If I could get a motion?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask what that was.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So in order to basically, okay, so this was an election that was held for the School Facilities Improvement District number 3 back in March 27, 2007. So this was the Measure M bond that passed back in 2007. And what we're requesting is that we raise the assessed value of residential homes and the commercial property to 10.2% as we start to sell the remaining bonds of this bond measure that was passed back in the mid 2000s. It's important to note that the state standard for increasing the issuance of bonds is 2.5%. That's why we're requesting a waiver tonight from the Board of Education. And this is a standard process as school districts across the state pass school bonds, and they're getting ready to issue school bonds, and the home values and commercial values rise up in that area, and they want to go ahead and sell them. It's usually higher than the 2.5%, which the state hasn't changed for many years. So the standard practice, many school districts ask for these waivers, and they go to the State Board of Education for approval, and that would allow us to get to 10.2% approval instead of 2.5% on our bond sales. That makes sense.
I would like to just add a little bit on that, Craig. Yeah. So we're not planning to issue new bonds.
Yeah.
Our existing bonds that are outstanding actually exceed the threshold. And so what we're doing is making it so that we have that continued capacity. So we're not planning at this point to issue more bonds within the SFID 3 community at this point. So.
Thank you, Mr. Martin, for that clarification. We are not drawing more money from that bond.
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
Public comment? Yes. Earl Smith?
Good evening, Board, Madam President, Mr. Swanson. When Faith was at the board meeting on Saturday, and they were talking about asking for money. And I understand this is not asking for more money, but it got me thinking, because Faith is applied to over 20 colleges, all for jazz violin. Turns 18 in July. She's going to be off to college. It's looking like I'm not going to have to pay for nothing, which is a blessing. I don't move. I guess I become a community member. I have a business here. When Faith's mom told me she was pregnant, I thought my career was over. I'm an artist. I'm a musician. I've had to remain silent because I thought it would be too much pressure on Faith. But this is a subject I think the community would want to know about. I'm the type of artist, I've collapsed businesses by putting rap out, talking about facts. I'm allowed to talk about facts. I'm allowed to talk about my experiences. As a private teacher, I have students whose mother is a principal in Colorado Hills. Just had a new student sign up. Mother is an English teacher. I have personal relationship with other administrators in Sacramento. They all say the same thing about Folsom. I mean, the principal was like, with a ruling from the CDE of a teacher retaliation discrimination of her first year becoming the director, that's a complete sign it's not working out. We would have let them go. Yet she's still employed here. But I just want to mention this subject matter, money, especially in this area. Everyone loves to support the children. I give freely. Most people give freely on the children. But if the children are not the focus, and the district and the board is asking for more money, that's a subject to write about. I'm just so blessed that I put a hat on, shaped my whole face. You think I'm in my 20s. So I just want that something to consider. there's got to be some changes to go around here. And so even like you mentioned, the surrounding districts don't tolerate the same stuff that Folsom Cordova School District tolerates.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board on this? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move 12A.
Motion by Mr. Chalem-Taylor.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Reed. Ms. Rochelle.
Ms. Long?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And moving on to item 12B, adopt resolution number 01-15-26-27, adopting seniority list.
Yeah, so back on December 11th, the board adopted what was determined to be the criteria for breaking ties. I talked about when we talk about seniority in education, being that we're on a year-to-year cycle, oftentimes we'll have a lot of employees that are hired, or it's determined they're hired on the same day. And so we have to have tie-breaking criteria. We adopted that on December 11th. This now is the list of seniority as determined when we applied that criteria. You're just accepting this list.
Any questions from the board? Any public comments?
No.
I'll entertain a motion.
Yep. I'll move 12B. I believe this has been gone through all of your union friends. I think that's it. Last time also you said, Mr. Swanson. I'll make move on 12B.
Moved by Mr. Chalem-Taylor.
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Lofthouse.
Ms. Long?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to item C, approve formalizing the name of Cordova High Stadium as Lancer Stadium.
Yeah, the next 6 items are really exciting. The board adopted a new facilities naming policy, I believe, this fall. We wanted to tighten up a little bit about how we were naming our facilities because we knew a lot of this was forthcoming. And so again, the next 6 items are our opportunity to rename some existing buildings or facilities, as well as some future buildings and facilities. So they all sort of are the same process as in the rationale. Just the difference is each item is a different facility and a different name. So this, first one C, is officially naming the field at Cordova High School Lancer Stadium.
I just have a question. What's the field at Vista called? Is there an official name for
I
this?
believe it's Eagle Stadium.
No one at my school
Is that
calls
correct,
it
Jim?
that.
Is it called Eagle Stadium? It's called Addy. No, it's called,
Oh.
I believe it's called Eagle Stadium.
I would have to defer to you on that, Mr. Swanson.
Yeah, we can confirm, but I believe it's called Eagle Stadium.
No one at my school calls it that.
What do they call it?
They just call it the track or the football field.
And you know where to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair.
Maybe.
Well, as we heard
name
from
that
Evelyn, there's
one.
lots of entrances. It's very
Yeah.
confusing over there at Vista. So,
Maybe
but I will
we
get
name
a
that
confirmation of the name of your stadium.
Okay, sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
It is.
Oh, Trustee Reed knows for sure. It's Eagle Stadium.
Eagle Stadium.
I just had one quick question, and it is for all of them. Could you share who is on the naming committee? Because I know that that's something that who sees this.
Yeah, so per our board policy, each committee is different and different on what if it's a full school, what community it is, if it's an elementary or a high school. And so as determined by the policy, Angela Griffin and Kelly leads the team. As it related to the stadium, it was athletics folks at Cordova as well as the district. So I can go through each one as we go, or I can do.
No, I feel like it's been introduced as the naming committee, and I felt like that was a committee that.
It's not a set committee. I would say it's a naming process.
Perfect.
Angela, does that sound more appropriate? Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I couldn't find you over there.
The old policy was more of a committee rather than the process. Yeah.
Well, I guess the question would be, who is on that committee as far as community members, teachers? I mean, how many?
It depends on which one. You can come up, Angela. Depends on which one. C, the one we're entertaining right now, did not have community members or I would say probably athletics. It had a teacher and athletics folks here at the district office. And also the first two are a little bit easy because it's the mascots of the school. And trying to norm with Eagle Stadium, as we just discovered for Addie, but also knowing that historically the Folsom Stadium, I believe, was named Bulldog Stadium until Vista was built. And while they shared that field, it was renamed Prairie City Field or Prairie City Stadium because it was hosting two teams. And Vista has had Eagle Stadium for several years, so this is just returning it to that.
Got it.
I mean, that's the next item, but yeah. But you can hang because there's a few, Angela, on each
I'm
one.
just going to be here to answer some questions. You're doing a great job, Mr.
Thank you.
Swanson. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it, yeah. So do you want me to go on each item or wait until we get to the item board?
Let's do one.
We
at
have to do
a
it
time.
separately.
Yeah,
Rochelle.
let's do one at a time.
Yep, okay.
Any public comment on item C?
None received.
I will entertain a motion.
I'll move 12C.
I'll second. Evelyn.
Moved by Mr. Chalem-Chella and moved by Evelyn.
Ms. Wong? Aye. Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Chella?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Moving on to item D, approve renaming the Folsom High School Stadium as Bulldog Stadium.
Yeah, very, very similar process, I will say, on both C and D. School administration was consulted, and both were very happy, and then had some follow-up questions about specifically Bulldog Stadium on who's paying for any changes to the signage. So, but they're very excited about officially naming their stadiums, these two names. So that's also, I didn't include when you asked the question, Mr. Clark, who was on, they weren't necessarily on the committee, but it was discussed with them. So this is for Folsom High Stadium being renamed Bulldog Stadium.
Any questions from the board? Any public comment?
None received.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move.
Moved by Mr. Reed.
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Lopez Petracca.
Ms. Wong? Aye. Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Chella?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Moving on to item E, approve name recommendation for new high school on Prospect Park in Rancho Cordova as Three Rivers Innovation Academy.
Okay, so this item is for the building that the board approved us purchasing, and we're in escrow for our small high school. This one was the naming of this. There was a really cool brand campaign around this, and I'll let Angela, who's a little bit, let Angela talk a little bit about the brand campaign and the exposure that Three Rivers Innovation Academy had through the process.
Yeah, really some wonderful results of recognition that the Folsom Cordova Unified School District's next high school is going to be placed in Rancho Cordova with the features that are quite unique to our school district and also to the region. So we did launch a naming campaign that we broadcasted widely. We leveraged our partnerships with our city partners, both, and our Rancho Cordova city partners, and then our media partners across the region. And as a result, not only did we get a lot of suggestions, but we had reach of over 2 million views. And when we kind of translate that into dollars, and in public relations, we like to call it earned media. So we didn't really spend any money for this. But had we spent money on a paid advertising campaign, it would have translated to over $20,000 of money that we did not have to spend for that same type of exposure. So we had traditional media, the news networks broadcasting that we were going to be opening up a new school. And for that reason, that part of that campaign was enormously successful. We did get a lot of interesting ideas too that we took a look at and balanced it with our board policy on the naming of facility, and then also with the other processes that Superintendent Swanson has been talking about of considering different names. So that was a little bit about how we got to that.
That's right. And the naming committee on this one, as well as I believe that all 4 of these included myself, Angela, members of our facilities team, our equity team, other folks in the ed services. And then after name or names were selected, it was brought to the facilities committee to suggest or green light the names. I will say that the policy really is clear on like what these schools can be named, and you can kind of see a theme. They're all really tied into regional aspects, talking about geographic features as opposed to names or anything else, but that they are very specific to the area that these schools are located. And Three Rivers, American, Sacramento, and Consumnes, depending on, is that correct?
I believe it's San Joaquin, but there are the waterways was the point to really lean into. And some of the thought too, and a lot of our students really weighed in on this as well, was that the waterways connect us, and it's also a bridge from point A to point B to get to different places. So it was a really nice theme.
And the acronym, this wasn't part of the process, but I looked it up. The acronym TRIA means opportunity in particular language. So
Just a quick question, because we currently have an Innovations Academy. And so I'm just curious on how we think that's going to, I don't know.
yeah, so nuanced, but that's innovations, and this is innovation. And what we are really trying to accomplish with this is that innovations, our current, will ultimately be part of this school as well. So we won't have any duplicate schools. But why innovation was, I think I can speak for a lot of folks, but like how I understand how it was landed on is that this school is going to be, the state of California is really interested in investing in new options for high school. And so what high school can look like for students 5 to 10 years from now. And so the idea is that this is our district's first step around innovating towards a more diverse model of consumption of material and instruction for students. I'm calling it the a la carte model. And so whether that's in a traditional classroom or a CTE pathway or concurrently enrolled, whether that's online or that's independent study, students at this amazing high school are going to be able to consume and earn their credits in multiple different ways.
So
it's
I'm
very
a huge fan.
innovative.
And I love I love the name. I just am worried.
Yeah.
But if it's going to live there, then great.
So I think that's it for that one.
Okay, any public comment on that one?
None received.
We'll entertain a motion.
I motion.
I'll second.
Ms. Lopez Petracca, and a second by Mr. Reed.
Ms. Wong? Aye. Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Item F, approve name recommendation for new elementary school in Folsom Ranch as Granite Springs Elementary School.
Yeah, this will be our third elementary school built in Folsom Ranch. Currently, we have Alder Creek and Mangini Ranch, and the suggested name for the board's consideration is Granite Springs. We used to have the Granite School, and it's kind of a tie back to that as our very first school, but we feel to respect the owners of that facility. Granite Springs is enough different, but I think everyone that has a front yard or backyard in Folsom knows that the ground is hard and it's because it's granite. And so we're doing Granite Springs.
Any questions from the board on this one? Any public comment?
None received.
I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion.
Motion by Ms. Luong,
I'll second.
second by Mr. Chalem-Churla.
Ms. Luong? Aye. Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Moving on to item G, approve name recommendation for new middle school in Folsom Ranch as Prairie City Middle School.
Yeah, so this, the board has been very well informed about The single spine middle school, high school, this would be that facility that we've seen presented here at the board. So for the middle school portion of that facility, the recommendation to the board is naming that Prairie City Middle School.
Any questions from the board?
Just an observation. There was actually a Prairie City. I think it was a mining town back in the 1800s. It no longer exists, and I don't even know if they know exactly the exact location of it because, it's no longer there.
Mm-hmm.
But my understanding is they believe it was located somewhere in the area of where the school is going. So it seems very appropriate as a historic reference to California's history.
Great.
Any public comment?
None received.
You'll entertain a motion.
I'll move.
Moved by Mr. Reed,
I'll second Paul G.
second by Mr. Chalem-Churla.
Ms. Long?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, moving on to item H, approve name recommendation for new high school in Folsom Ranch is Buffalo Creek High School.
Yeah, finally, on the other half, thank you, Madam President. On the other half of that facility, Prairie City Middle School, we have the high school. And the recommendation that the board is considering is Buffalo Creek High School, also an homage to the community. I believe there used to be a Buffalo Creek out there that Joanne actually, although Joanne's not here, but Jerry knows. Yeah, there's a Buffalo Creek out there.
Any questions from the board? Any public comment?
None received.
I will entertain a motion.
I'll move.
By Ms. Lofthouse,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Luong.
Ms. Long?
Aye.
Ms. Lopez Petracca?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, we'll move on to item 13, discussion.
Madam President, I have one quick request. I know when we were doing 12-3 Cordova Lancers, I had a loud voice, but Miss Lopez Pachaca has a soft, sweet voice. She should be the motion mover, not me, if that's okay with the board.
Her stadium.
12-3, the motion moved by Miss Lopez.
You want to redo the whole?
I'm fine with that.
At the same time, he was just loud.
Okay.
Is that okay?
You good, board?
Thank you.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you. Thank you. I know. Mine was loud voice. I just want to admit here, but thank you.
Okay, then moving on to item 13, discussion, update on board policy 5131.8, mobile communication devices.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks to the board for all the naming approvals. Really appreciate that. Next up, inviting Dr. Pitt up to the podium. As a reminder to the board, we have a mobile communication policy that I won't steal Dr. Pitt's thunder, but the request from the board was for the district, the staff to go out and check in with some students, check in with school principals, and check some research and bring back that information to see if our policy is as currently written is correct for our district, or to see if we want any edits to our current policy. And what we had said that after this presentation, the board will reach consensus either direction. If the direction is to make some edits, it'll go back out to the board policy subcommittee meeting to make those edits and then bring back to the board in a future date. So take it away, Dr. Pitt.
Right. Good evening, President Larrett, Superintendent Swanson, members of the board. Really pleased to be teeing up this discussion for you all tonight on our mobile communication device. So I'm going to begin by just giving a brief overview of our current policy. It's designed to strike a balance between three priorities. First, maintaining instructional focus. Second, supporting student well-being. And third, of course, ensuring safety. We have a single district-wide framework so that expectations are clear and consistent while still recognizing that developmental needs differ by grade span. So, for example, for TK through 8th grade, our current policy is that the expectation is that cell phones are off and away during the school day. For high school, the devices are expected to be off during instructional time, but are permitted for use during passing periods at lunch, acknowledging student independence while protecting classroom learning. This policy allows school sites to, of course, adopt a more restrictive policy at their local discretion if needed to address specific campus conditions or student needs. I think most importantly, the policy includes clear expectations for instructional use, medical needs, safety concerns, needs requested or required by students' IEPs or 504 plans, and administrative purposes so that students can access legal and have access to legal requirements, and we're all protected under this current policy. So tonight's conversation is really not whether phones exist in student lives, but more about how we responsibly manage them during the school day to support student learning and ensure healthy development for our students. So I'll start by giving a couple slides here about research overview. So what we know from research is that it's clear that cell phones are deeply embedded in students' lives, in all of our lives. I bet all of us have a phone in front of us somewhere right now. They offer real opportunities for learning, connection, and access, but they also introduce challenges to schools, and we've got to manage those thoughtfully. As of today, actually, this slide needs to be updated. There are 42 states and Washington, D.C. that have enacted some school day phone restrictions. Across the country, there's no single model. So there's not one gold standard per se that even the research points to as a best practice. School systems range from full day bans, TK to 12, while others have limited use during instructional time, much similar to what we have for our high school students at the moment. In California, our governor signed AB 272 in 2019, which granted school districts authority to regulate school cell phone use in schools. But in 2024, our governor signed the Phone-Free Schools Act, which actually required LEAs to develop a policy limiting use of smartphones during school hours. That goes into effect actually July 1st, 2026, so that's not in effect yet. So I will say that we are ahead of the times in requiring this, but our current policy is in line with those across many states in our union. So I'll kind of start with the academic impacts. There's been large-scale district studies that show modest but meaningful academic gains, typically a 2 to 3 percentile point increase in test scores after implementing a full-day policy. Notably, there was one multi-year study that took place in a large urban school district in Florida, where the restrictions were off and away for all students, K to 12. I will say that the timing of these academic gains are really important to understand. Districts consistently report an adjustment period as students and staff adapt to more restrictive policies and expectations. Typically, during the first year of implementation, many districts experience a 20 to 25% increase in discipline incidents based on enforcement of very restrictive cell phone policy bans. And this is connected to compliance and enforcement of those policies. But what research has also found is stability over time, that behavior stabilizes as those expectations remain consistent across classrooms and across schools in a given district. And that's very much hinging on support from administration, both at school sites and at the district level. The key takeaway here from the research on the academic, behavioral, and engagement impacts is that it all determines on how well the policy is implemented, including clarity of expectations, consistency, et cetera. So building on that research, the next slide, I'm gonna kind of go a little bit more deeply on the impacts on classroom climate, teacher experiences, and effective policy design. So across districts with phone restrictions, over 80% of teachers reported reduced stress and improved instructional focus. Teachers consistently describe classrooms as calmer and teaching more rewarding when phone-related disruptions decrease. There's also a related instructional improvement in terms of instructional climate, right? With fewer interruptions tied to phones, teachers report being able to spend more time in instruction, engagement, and relationship building rather than monitoring device use. Effective policies have some important commonalities. Research is showing that the most effective policies share these design features: clear school-wide expectations so that enforcement doesn't vary by classroom or by teacher, visible administrative support, and consistent follow-through, right? So if the policy is phones off and away, then that has to be consistently enforced by administration and a consistent message across classrooms. And then structural supports, such as classroom phone pouches or lockers that reduce the burden on teachers. If you visited any of our high schools, there is a consistent policy in place, and you'll notice different ways that teachers hold phones for students during the day if they want to have them held by the teacher. Finally, the developmental alignment really matters a lot here. So policies are most effective when they align with student developmental stages. So stricter limits tend to benefit younger students and younger adolescents, while older students do better when policies allow structured autonomy rather than unlimited access. So I'd say an example of that would be that as adults, we've learned how to have our phone in front of us, but maintain engagement and connected to whatever we're supposed to be focused on. And the idea is that in high school that students have the capacity and their development is such that they can learn to do that as well. So ultimately, the conditions for the best outcomes, research points to when phone restrictions are paired with both digital citizenship and wellness instruction, so students understand the why behind the restrictions, as well as equity safeguards, obviously, so including accommodations for students with IEPs or 504s and other safety-related needs that they might need their phones for. I'd say one last note here, the impact of cell phones on student well-being is actually mixed. So phones can support connection and safety. You know, I think we could all say I don't know about you, my phone was out for 90% of yesterday with the Verizon outage, and I've never felt so naked in my life. I had to look up directions somewhere and remember where I needed to go because our phones were off, right? So we're accustomed to having access to the phones, but it's really important that we understand that they also can contribute to stress, distraction, and social pressure. I think this research really helps us understand what works in theory and across systems. However, student feedback, which I'll go to next, and staff feedback help us understand what's working and what's not actually here in practice in our system regarding our policy. So last month, our superintendent with our student advisory board members and leaders discussed our current policy and got some feedback from students about how it's feeling. Overall, what we heard from middle school students is that they report a positive experience with the current policy. Staff observations and student feedback suggest that misuse is relatively limited. We heard from some students at SAB that maybe 3 to 5 students per class may briefly check their phones, but not for purposes of gaming or video consumption, that maybe it's a text or something like that. But again, quickly noticed and corrected by staff, and students, because they understand the expectation, are able to follow that expectation. I think one other notable shift is that the stigma around not having a phone has largely disappeared in the middle school arena, where phones have to be off for the entire day. So students who don't have a phone don't feel embarrassed necessarily for not having one, because no one should see a phone on campus. And I could say, having visited not all of our schools, but all of our secondary schools so far, I can attest to that. Watching classrooms and throughout the passing periods and lunchtime, students were talking to each other. They were engaged with one another. I didn't see any phones, didn't see any of that correction needed. With regard to the high school experience, these students reported general satisfaction with the current model, particularly the balance between instructional focus and personal responsibility. Students valued predictable access to their phones to communicate with families about practice schedules, work obligations, caring for their siblings, transportation, or other after-school plans. We heard that knowing that they could check their phone in a passing period or check it during lunch kind of assuaged any concern that might grow if they weren't able to see it at all for the entire school day. So we heard that from students. Let's see, student feedback suggests that clarity and consistency matter just as much as the level of restriction itself, which I thought was an important learning from our students. With regard to our principals, TK8 principals consistently report that the off and away model is working effectively. They like it. It's supporting an instructional focus and student behavior across campuses. I think this was a point that Trustee Reed, you made at a prior meeting, that some of our students in secondary have never had access to phones, right? And so it is something that students are accustomed to, moving from our elementary to our middle schools, and it seems to be working effectively. Our high school principals report that the current structure, devices off during class and permitted during lunch and passing periods, also is working well and aligns with student maturity and campus operations. I will say that principals express significant concern about the unintended consequences associated with a bell-to-bell ban in high schools. This including an increased enforcement demands and potential impacts on school climate. You can imagine having close to 3,000 students all moving classes at one time, or 1,500 or 1,600 students moving all at once. We simply don't have, from principals we heard, they don't feel like they have the staff to monitor and enforce taking cell phones from students and enforcing a more restrictive policy during passing periods. You can imagine what that might do if campus monitors are here but not over there. These students sitting near this campus monitor might be getting their phones confiscated, while students might be able to more easily sneak to use phones. You get the point. Ultimately, school leaders valued the ability to implement more restrictive models when needed. I think an example of that would be our Prospect Community Day School that has a more restrictive model on their campus, where for their students, they are not allowed to, they have the off and away policy of the TK8 that we have for the younger grades. And Principal Sims there agrees, he likes it. He likes to be able to be more restrictive if needed and less if not. And again, any changes to the restrictive policy for high schools does require student, staff, and community input, so those decisions aren't made lightly along with the superintendent approval. Ultimately, principal feedback highlights that consistency, again, at the district level and across campuses and across classrooms, makes it work, and there's overall strong support for that. I'll kind of end here with ultimately, and taking all this information back and really digging in on the research. Our staff recommendations are that we maintain our current policy as stated, and that the policy reflects what research tells us, the structure autonomy for older students, teaching them the elements of digital citizenship and how to, learn how to be independent is an important component of what we are helping and teaching them to do in general in high school, and this aligns with that. I will say that providing support to sites that choose to implement stricter models, again, very much in line with what's happening across the nation, where there's state mandates and somewhat local flexibility. California is not drastically different. There are some states that have more restrictive policies. I think Georgia is an example of that, where it's an off and away TK12. But again, I think the way that our California law is structured and the way that we've enacted this with very much local control at a local school board level is kind of aligned with what Trustee Lofthouse was speaking earlier about our courses as well, that we have a local decision in how we enact this. And I think with that, I'd welcome any questions, or if I can answer or provide more detail as you all discuss.
I just wanted to clarify really quickly about the student feedback. While Evelyn and I were kind of listening to a majority of the SAB members' stories and stuff like that, we kind of noticed the majority of their opinions actually kind of contrasted with our personal experiences at our high schools, which is that a lot of kids actually wouldn't support a full school day ban on cell phones. Although a lot of kids said that there was a lot of less sneaking and not really playing on games. I kind of noticed the opposite. I feel like a lot of kids are sneaking on games. Just today we finished a physics test and there was kids already on their, not their phones, but their like MacBook computers texting each other, and they were also playing games on their Chromebooks. I mean, that's kind of a different issue, but I mean, there is still sneaking, and I feel like a lot of the students would not support a phone ban. That's just my personal.
So, to add on what Addie was saying, I don't know, is this like the official feedback that you guys are gonna get, or do you guys plan on maybe sending out Google Forms for like the high schools to take? Because again, I feel like with SAB, you guys received like their personal feedbacks, including me. Like I could say, like me personally, putting my phone up in the pouch is bare minimum and I'm okay with it. But again, like the student that sits next to me in a class could probably say, okay, no, I don't want to put my phone up. And they might have their other reasons. So I feel like we should also include their ideas and what they believe.
And also it's SAB, like these kids are very upstanding, like they want to demonstrate like strong leadership and stuff, and so they're not gonna like outright be like give you those opinions that maybe like, oh yeah, no, every kid in my school is like looking at their phones all the time. But yeah, I feel like there are more that what they said doesn't quite match my personal experiences. What I'm saying.
So I think today is a discussion to kind of determine our next steps, whether it does come back or and then at that point would be where they pull in more information and data. And I would say from being there and hearing the discussion amongst the students as well, I did not walk away with the impression that kids in high school would be okay with a full day ban at all. So I definitely got that same perception from that. But there was definitely that contrast of the middle schoolers who do have the full day ban, and yes, there is sneaking that's happening because there is a full day ban. And if a kid is going to find a way to be on the phone, they still will, whether it's going to the bathroom or such. But the high schoolers were in contrast, I think, to that, because they knew that they could leave and during passing period check their phones while in class they are sitting up in the teachers' pouches and such. But it's good to know that there are more perspectives. Obviously, we only spoke to the few that we could get that in the amount of time we had, but there's definitely more voice to be heard.
Yeah, and I think just to summarize from the two of us, I think we would appreciate if like the district maybe created like a survey for students to like more students to give their input on this, like just a Google Form survey or something like that. I think that'll be an effective way to just like get more student input on this.
Madam President?
Yes.
Yeah, the arguments or the points that were made related to high school were the exact same points that were made 3 years ago about why we shouldn't extend the elementary ban through middle school. And yet, we have learned from that extension of that ban through middle school, we survived. And now, including in the PowerPoint, the benefits that have been derived at the middle school by the extension of that. So, hypothetically, if we were to take the input that we had received 3 years ago that we hear tonight regarding the high school, we would have never done that. I remain a strong advocate to a K-12 ban or TK-12 ban, bell to bell. It is a growing trend. The second most populous state in the country has adopted a bell-to-bell ban, and that's in Texas. The third most populated state in the country has adopted a bell-to-bell ban. That's New York State. They both have started that ban in the current school year. Bell-to-bell bans also exist in Arkansas, Virginia, Missouri, Oklahoma, North Dakota, Florida, Actually, I take that back. New York is the fourth most populated state. So the second, third, and fourth most populated states have adopted bell-to-bell bans. Florida's bell-to-bell ban, I think, started in 2023. We have, as was pointed out in the PowerPoint, that test scores have increased. We know that bullying has decreased in schools that have bell-to-bell bans. Intimidation of students has decreased. It's a real problem out there of students afraid to show any type of individuality because they're afraid of constantly being the butt of a meme that goes viral. And where would those memes occur? At lunch and at passing periods. If we truly believe that bullying is intolerable, then we should be supportive of a K-12 ban on cell phones. We were the leader in the nation on this issue 5 years ago, 6 years ago, when we started this process. We're not the leader anymore. We're the follower. And it's clear where other states are going on this. There's no downside. There's only up academically. If academics is what we're concerned about, then a K-12 ban makes perfect sense. If bullying is something that we're concerned about, then a K-12 ban makes sense. So my position has not changed on this. I still would like to see a TK-12 ban. So basically, our TK-8 policy being extended all the way through 12th grade.
They answered my question mostly. SAB, yes, they're kind of leaders. They are already polished what they want to say, what they don't want to say, and all those. I'm more probably leaning towards the teachers and the administrators at the schools, at least those 2-3 big schools, how they feel about this. Implementation is a challenge as well. We can have a policy for the policy's sake, but if it is being perfectly, you gave that example already. Right now, I'm looking for more data, that's all. That's all, right? Even from the administrators and teachers, what do they feel about the current setup and the policy? What will help them to improve it? The 2 points, 3 points percentage academical improvement, we all want that. Believe me, you want that too. Everyone wants that, right? How do we get there, not having the bell-to-bell, where we get the more overheads, more controlling, and implementation is going to be a big challenge. So that's what I want to hear from the teachers who are teaching. And there is always that 1 or 2 or 3 kids. They're going to sneak up, they're going to do it. No matter what we do, right? But how do we see at least at large? And if it is the large population of the kids in high school, they're just doing this one, what else we can do? I mean, nowadays, everything is technology-based. Nowadays, everything is technology-based, right? So that's all I want, and I want to hear from the more kids beyond SAB. A survey kind of thing from the teachers. Whether we want to include the parents in this mix, I'm not sure. They're all coming to the 18 years old. They're going to be free very soon. So I'm more on the administrators, teachers, and the kids, a concrete survey to get some results. That's number 1. And number 2, I'm not right away going to the, my colleague, bell to bell, but what steps we can do to give some concrete direction for those kids who are, lack of better word I'm using, sneaking and cheating.
yeah, well, here's the thing. If we put a survey out to students, it's almost a moot point, right? You know, I mean, there's really going to be very few kids who are going to tell us that they would like for us to take their phones in the middle of a day. When we went to the middle school, was it challenging the first year? Absolutely. Like that's a reality of the situation. It's challenging the first year, but just like this data said, by the time we got to year 2, it really leveled out and we got to where we needed to be. We do have an opportunity that the kids who will be coming in for the freshman class have already been a bell to bell. So this will be policies that they will have already had and will be used to. So that is one class that we will not be kind of managing because that's already what they're used to. It's really hard to get past the 2 to 3% percentage point increase though for a full day phone ban. That's a pretty significant gain. That's hard to kind of overlook. You know, I know it's a challenge, but you know we're hearing from teachers. We're even getting emails from teachers that even the Chromebooks have started to being a challenge.
Could I ask a question really quick, just so I don't lose it? That 2 to 3% is a ban of some sort, correct?
Yes.
It isn't
not the
the
full
bell
day
to bell.
ban.
It's not. And to me, when I took that information was that there was a policy in place that was implemented that preserved academic time,
Yes.
which we have for our high schools
do.
as well. Okay. So I just wanted that point of clarity
It's
because I
also-
took it as a policy in place, not specifically a bell to bell.
It's also not a causal connection. So the restriction, a full restriction or any restriction on cell phone use does not automatically lead to a 2 to 3% academic outcome. That would be a fallacy to us. That's not what they're saying is there's a correlate. They're attempting to put a correlation in the studies that have been done between limited distractions in academic time leads to, they're finding a correlation to increased outcomes. But the footnote on the largest study in Florida and over multiple years at this big school district did say that there was possibly other explanations to that connection of increase in academic performance, including most notably the same uptick in attendance. So attendance and the reduction of access to cell phones were the two changes that school made simultaneously. So it's a correlation, but not a direct causal relationship there.
Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate that. You know, my personal experience with being at a back to school night last year, actually with the teacher, was in the middle of our parent presentation was at the high school with the current cell phone policy that we had was, well, I know you as parents still need to get a hold of the kids, so I'm okay if you call them and if your student needs to step out in the middle of a class, that's okay. That's a really big challenge for me. And I think when we don't kind of have that
Would not be following the policy.
Yeah, that's not adhering to the policy, right? You know, and that's a challenge. So for me personally, I am in support of the bell to bell. Like I said, we've seen gains and we've seen behavior changes at the middle school level. We already will have an incoming freshman class that will have already experienced that. And so that's you know, I think now we're, you know, if this is kind of the breaking point, because if we don't act now on this, that freshman class will then be introduced. I think our opportunity would be gone if we try to go back in 2 or 3 years to do that, because then we would be stepping back and then telling those kids, no cell phones, yes cell phones, no cell phones. So we need to determine this. I think this is kind of like our last stand once and for all to determine, you know, either we're doing it now or we continue with the policy that we have, because I think to try to go back in 2 or 3 years to make a correction would be extremely challenging at that point.
You know, I reached out to a friend of mine who's a superintendent of a high school district in New York State. It's a suburban district in the Syracuse area, and she indicated that, you know, they just finished the first semester of the bell-to-bell ban. I said, you know, basically, how did it go? And what I was hearing from her was the exact same thing I heard from our middle school principals and our middle school teachers when we adopted the ban in middle school, which was, it's amazing to see students engaging in conversation to see the anxiety levels that were being experienced at the school sites dissipating, to see teachers less frustrated about coming to school every single day and spending a significant portion of their time telling, put your phone away, put your phone away, put your phone away, put your phone away. It was liberating to our middle school teachers when this happened. I can't tell you how many teachers reached out to us to tell us thank you. It was, why we wouldn't do that for our high school, because we're afraid, because it's difficult, because I don't know why we would do, mental health is important to us. Reducing the anxiety of our students are important to us. Having students learn how to actually communicate using with individuals without using their phone is a skill set that is a generation has lost, but is learning now in our middle schools, in our learning in our high schools in other states. I just don't see any downside to this.
I would posit that your example of teachers saying, put your phone away over and over again during this class period is not actually something that happens extensively given our policy right now in the high school. Granted, I'm not at every high school every single day, but I have been to them and watched and been in multiple classrooms, and I didn't see any students on their phones. I saw students engaged, I saw learning, I saw conversations, group work, pair shares. So I think the research, so one of the biggest studies that came out at the end of last year, done by the UC CSU Collaborative and the Center for Transformation of Schools at UCLA, suggests that they have a list of policy recommendations for boards and states, suggesting that central to any policy should be developmentally appropriate with much stricter bans at lower grade levels and gradual release of responsibility for the higher grade levels, which is in line with adolescent development. I would say that their final comment on this recommendations is avoid a one-size-fits-all policy, and I would say that in many ways we have adopted exactly that, not a one-size-fits-all policy that gives autonomy to older students where they can have some agency. Many of them are driving cars, where if they can be responsible in that way, that we can also teach them and support them, even with sneaking from time to time. I mean, we have expulsions, we have suspensions. Students break rules all the time, and our job as educators and leaders is to support them in learning when something is appropriate and when it's not, and how to help them grow, right? Behaviors, communication, and if what we're seeing from students is that this is something that, and hearing from them, that this is something that works well for them, and what we're hearing from principals, and I've had several conversations with our secondary principals, and they like the policy as is. So I think it's just a question about whether a more restrictive ban would maybe create some positives for some students, no doubt, but perhaps the other side of that would be, are we willing to endure an uptick in the manpower needs, the staffing needs, and potentially school climate and culture pushback writ large across student bodies, especially at the high schools, if we did say that it was off and away all day. So I think hearing from more students, maybe from more teachers, would help guide this decision, certainly if the board wishes to revisit the policy.
I think for my initial is we need to take the word of the people that are boots on the ground, that are there, that are, if we can confidently say we have the data to show principals, teachers, students at the high school level think that this model fits, that's not our job up here to police, because we have implemented a policy that follows all of the things that they say are the best way to implement a policy. So for me personally, sure, I'd love to see additional data, but I also think we're having this conversation almost prematurely because we put Chromebooks in front of every single student in our district. And so if we're worried about screens and if we're worried about the negative impacts of screens, if that is our concern, this is a much larger conversation and it's not just cell phones. And so if that is our platform that we're going to stand on and we're going to push and we're going to have discussions on, it's much larger than just cell phones. And so are we going to be able to even take away Chromebooks all the way? No, we're not, because all of our curriculum is on it. So we have to, and from the beginning, this has been my big thing is we have to educate our kids and we have to teach them the appropriate ways to do it and not do it. And a policy saying don't do it all the time isn't going to teach that. And so, so more data, sure, but I think that this conversation also completely aligns with the conversation about Chromebooks, if that's the way we're pushing forward, and what that's going to look like. But for me, I want to stand with the staff recommendations. However, I would probably want to see more data of our staff and our students beyond the national data. And I think that's all important, the research and having whatever policy we do be research affirmed. But I think that we really have to lean into the people who are going to have to implement this policy, because the number one thing about policy is if it can't be implemented completely, it's worthless to have anyways. So I think that for me personally, I am comfortable staying with what our staff recommends, but I personally would love to see a little more localized data.
In the last 4 years, I've had 3 high school students in FCUSD schools, and I've heard every single week of examples of my kids coming home telling me what's transpiring in the classroom. And unfortunately, it's not what you observed when you were at the high school, sadly. I wish it was what you observed in the high school, but I've had examples of where with the phone pouches, the teacher's like, put your phone away, put your phone in the pouch. And the student goes up and pretends they're dropping it in the pouch, and then they go back and they open it up again. The teacher then sees the student. I told you, put it in the pouch. The student goes up and does it again. It goes back and sits down, and the teacher's like, I told you. And the student responds, what are you going to do about it? And the teacher starts to cry in this one instance. We have students that come to school with burner phones. So they go and they drop phones in the pouch, but these are not working phones. So it looks like they have phones. There's examples of where students are taking a test and they have their phone out. And the student informs the teacher, so-and-so has their phone out. And it happened to be an athlete. And the teacher said, mind your own business. It's not working. You have students who are looking at pornography at lunchtime. Is that something we want to say, hey, you know what? They just need to learn how to manage their pornography intake. We have students that are being mocked. We have students that are not engaging in the world because all they do is play video games every single second that they can once they leave the classroom. I mean, this is a tragedy. This is not just an American tragedy, it's a world tragedy. And we have to open our eyes and be the leaders and be the adults in the room. I agree, doing a survey of the students is completely useless. What do you think they're going to say? I wouldn't spend a single staff time on that. We need to take responsibility and do what's best for our students. Academically, mental health. And, you know, the ability to thrive in an environment where bullying can't take place. I mean, what was the article I just read? Where's, what is it called? Grok? You can take a picture of a student, or anybody for that matter, and then replace, you know, with sexualize the photo. And by the way, this isn't more than a cell phone ban. Our policy, it applies to earbuds, smartwatches, cell phones, and what is about to be introduced, cameras and the eyeglasses. You know, I mean, I recognize I might not be in the majority on this board, but I'm going to fight for the health of our students today, tomorrow, next week, next year. My position's not going to change, and unfortunately, I suspect eventually we will adopt this. It's just a matter of time, but we'll probably adopt it when the state legislature adopts a bell-to-bell ban, which is probably going to happen in the next couple of years. But I guess that's enough for the...
My last comment, ma'am, Dr. Pitt. When the survey goes out, it's not that do you want a bell-to-bell ban? Or that can be one question. I'm not going to say no. There should be something more creative to innovate those thoughts. What else we can do? Kids have so much innovation. They can give so many good ideas. And vice versa. All our 1,250 teacher friends, they are the ones, boots on the ground. I double down here. If this current one is not working, David could be 100% right. Teachers are, crying on the kids. Is that across the 1,250, or it is a 1, 2, 3 students are making that? Then that's where I think you are mentioning the other thing. We do have some discipline actions. I want to agree with them. At the end of the day, instructional education is very important. If the teachers across the board, the current plan is working, have some loopholes, tighten it. These are the suggestions from the kids and from the teachers and administrators. That's probably the one I'm looking from the survey, not yay or nay. You can have that question, but I'm not going to pay attention to that results. So I leave my thoughts here. Since we are talking, I love David's passion here, my good friend. We are talking this one. Let's take this to the next level rather than stopping here. On the surveys, I don't know how, Mr. Swanson, the surveys can be anonymous to the teachers. That way you don't have to pass that information by leak to the kids. However it is. I don't know how to do, but that's up to you guys. Thank you.
I only have one comment. I agree with Ms. Lofthouse, actually, though, on the screen time when it comes to the Chromebooks as well, because that is starting to come from the teachers about the Chromebooks in the classroom. So I would be absolutely thrilled if we also could open that discussion at the same time for how much time is on the Chromebooks, because like Ms. Luong said, I've seen it actually with my own daughter, who I said, you're on a cell phone ban, and what did she do? She was like working on her little computer, and then I like go over and I'm like, this girlfriend is playing video games and on YouTube on her Chromebook, right? And so she just like at home just got right around me, right? And I think we've got some of that too. So, I think we're talking about phones, but really I think that there is also this element of Chromebooks that I think has been extremely challenging for teachers to be dealing with. And so figuring out ways that we're using them academically, but what are the safeguards for those? Because I think that while cell phones are a huge challenge, that I think Chromebooks are really creeping up there to be maybe equal, if not more of a challenge than the cell phones.
So as a reminder to Madam President and the board, on December 11th, the board had several questions about Chromebooks as a future board agenda item, and we're bringing that back to the board on March 19th. I asked for some time because you had a robust set of questions that involved teachers and publishers and usage and all that, and we're pulling that data. So I just want to remind you, we are bringing that to the board in March.
So I guess our question would be, could we do these surveys and get some additional data and then just marry those two things into one conversation possibly? Is that enough time?
Yeah, I think, yeah, between now and then, I would get clarity from the board about surveys. I've heard students, but I've also heard we know what students are going to say. I've heard teachers, and so I would want to know from do you want to survey, obviously high school teachers, but did you want us to survey some middle school teachers as well, or middle school teachers as well?
For me personally, I mean, I feel like while I think it's almost two separate things. However, I think that the questions could kind of blend itself to be married in that conversation. But for high school, I want to know if the current policy is working. But then, and maybe that's where you invite them to kind of share their ways of getting students involved and active in the classroom and engaged in the learning process. But then also with that is the questions about the Chromebooks as well, and allowing them to kind of share their thoughts on the usage of Chromebooks in the classroom, and if that's a challenge, if there are no phones and there are the Chromebooks becoming a replacement challenge, for things like that. So I think, and then I would want to know middle school and elementary school with the Chromebook questions kind of go out to them as well.
Teachers. Yep. Okay, is that kind of taking what I feel is consensus from the board, is develop a survey that is not only for cell phones for our teachers, but also Chromebooks, combine that in a way that is able to feed our presentation for Chromebook use in classrooms on March 19th, but also inform the board about our teacher team's feelings about cell phone use and our current policies.
Is that all about teachers, administrators, or at least you are adding?
You guys tell me. Like I said, I've heard
In addition
let's
to
ask
that-
kids, and I've heard a couple board members say we know what kids are going to say. So
It's a yes, and whatever you said just now. In addition to that, I really want the high school kids, what else we can do? The thought-provoking questions, not the bell-to-bell ban. No, they're going to say no. That's not I'm talking. The thought-provoking questions, because they're sitting next to that kid. So that's what I want for those kids.
we have a PhD who's doing this presentation for us. I'm sure that thought-provoking questions are probably in that
Dr.
English
Pitts is
PhD
my
of hers.
jam.
Yeah.
Dr. Pitts is, she is nodding when I was speaking with some passion, so I'm good, thank you.
You know, one thing that we could, if you're outside the box of a middle ground, is identifying, basically going back 30 years, when students used to smoke at school, because it used to be legal. In order to wean them off of that, we created smoking zones where you could go and you could smoke. Obviously, smoking zones don't exist on our campuses anymore. Perhaps you have a bell-to-bell ban, except for within a cell phone zone, that you have to go, and that's where you take your cell phone out, get your fix, and then power off your cell phone and go back to outside of the cell phone. I don't know. But it's also, obviously, there are drug deals in our schools that are going down because the students can text a meetup spot. We all know it, whether we say it or not. We know it's occurring. I don't know.
The only thing I would submit, Trustee Reed, I believe all the things that you're saying are true, but all of these things that you're saying around bullying and drug deals, those all existed in the 80s before cell phones as well. So those are all, it just becomes a tool of convenience, I suppose. So, but not to minimize your passion or your points around cell phones. When I hear bullying, I mean, we were both students in schools before cell phones and the internet.
I was viciously bullied in high school. Trust me, I understand that.
Are the causation
but
of
you know
that
what? My head wasn't attached to some other person's body
I understand.
or turned into a meme.
I understand. Yeah. Unless it was like cut out from a yearbook or whatever, but yeah.
But I love David's passion here, though. I see. Very creative. Think outside the box. I hear that when I was sitting there, but he is. Thank you, David.
I also wanted to add on to the Chromebook situation because even when, so you guys know in SEB, we take tours at each respective school site. And it was at Folsom Middle School that they gave us a tour of the cafeteria. And it was lunchtime. And I go inside and I was like, oh, wow, this is so nice. But then I felt some sort of like, I felt a little bit upset seeing the kids because every single kid had a Chromebook out. And I was like, okay, they might be doing homework, but it's middle school. So I was like, I turn around and I'm like looking at what they're doing. They're all playing video games. So then I'm like, I feel like, yeah, the phone is a problem, but I feel like we should also discuss what we can do with Chromebooks, especially with middle school, because it might be different than high school. Because, I mean, for high school, we have homework and it's all in the computer. Everything's online. So I don't know, something that could help.
So obviously going to be included in March. And I think one of the things that Dr. Pitt covered is it's around implementation, right? But we also know that young people are always people are going to always find a way, right, around that. So the piece that hasn't been discussed probably enough that Dr. Pitt talked about, it's around the education, right? Around the education about what this means for them and why it's important for them. And I understand that can seem silly, but at the end of the day, like we're all educators and we make choices. There's no more smoking because we learned it kills you, right? And so we stopped doing that. And so the other piece too that's been brought up is around implementation, and we're going to have one-offs, and those are the adults in the system that need support, right? And coaching to be able to facilitate and manage a classroom through behavior management. Same thing is true for prior to cell phones for kids throwing spit wads or getting up out of their seat and like, what's that? Hats, hoodies, right? Like all the things. And so it's always something, right? And so just around, not to say that, saying that here to say that necessary, but also probably not sufficient. And sufficiency looks around education and support and coaching and all the things too that are really important. So where there's a will, there's a way. So, okay, direction, March 19th, surveys. We have some comments. March 19th, survey, we're going to have that whole presentation. We'll come back to the board. Is that consensus of the board on that? Yes. Okay. Appreciate the robust discussion. Dr. Pitt, thank you for all your hard work on that. Really appreciate it. And Rochelle.
Yes, public comment. First up, we have Faith Smith, followed by Earl Smith.
Okay, hi. So I wanted to bring some ideas to the table, a part of this discussion. I don't know if you guys can discuss after public comment or whatnot, but I think you maybe should. And maybe you should write down some of these ideas that I'm going to have. So when you're thinking about taking away a cell phone, clearly there's going to be some people with some really strong opinions that are going to push that forward. But I think you also need to look at, it's not just the phone. Why do people go on their phone? Because they're bored or because they want to text their friend. Let's say, for instance, you get out of class, especially once you get to the middle school and high school level, not everybody's in the same class. Not everybody has the same lunch schedule. Everybody's trying to figure out, oh, where are you? Let's meet up here. But without that, without having the phone, you can't do that necessarily because you're not likely to see each other due to, different schedules. So I think at high school level, I've seen some videos. This is kind of a whack idea, but I've seen some videos like on TikTok. People bring walkie-talkies to school. And I think it's an interesting idea. I mean, you wouldn't have an app on your phone. You wouldn't have all this other stuff. And I think, honestly, it would be fun. I mean, if I was still in, a regular public high school, I would bring a walkie-talkie to school. Honestly, I just think it's fun. And I think it's a more creative and interesting way to engage with your friends and whatnot. And it's just a little bit more different. And I'm not saying you should take away phones, but I know you guys are going to likely, I know Reed is talking about advocating for taking away cell phones. But if you're really going to think about doing that, think about the student and make sure that they're not going to be bored, And on top of that, think about, if you're not going to have a cell phone. So like, for example, when you're in kindergarten, what do you do during recess when you don't have a phone? You go play on the playground. You have something there to go do. So when you get to middle school or high school, why not have activities for people to do? But not just sports activities. Why don't we collaborate with the different departments? So for example, there's the arts department, have an art gallery. I know at Folsom High School, there's Folsom-Bration. And when there's Folsom-Bration, most of the time when people are on their phones, I just see them calling their friend, hey, where are you? Or they're taking photos of the different stuff that they see. That's what they're doing. They're not on their phone playing games because they're looking at the art. And at the same time, there are bands playing. So why not collaborate with the music department? Have them play during lunch. I'm 100% sure most of those band students would be thrilled. Choir students would be thrilled to have their own bands to come together, or even just the class in general, come out and play during lunch. Or what about the theater department? Have them put on a play. Have a student write a play and then have the play get put on. Put together stuff like that. Or there's all these different clubs. How about we showcase a club? Or maybe there's a workshop for that club. Or maybe there's a lot of people who like to do spoken poetry. Why don't we have some spoken poetry during lunchtime? If you want students to engage, you need to push them to engage and want to engage. I don't think you should put a phone ban. I think you should push students to want to engage with other students, to get to know other students by showcasing different people's talents. People want to showcase their talents, whether that's in different ways, but also think about too, there's a lot of people, they sit alone at lunch and they're on their phone because they don't socialize. You take away the phone, now what are they gonna do? They're gonna sit alone and feel miserable. More miserable than they would be with their phone. So why not have music? Now they can sit there and listen to music without having their phone. So if you're gonna consider, I'm even thinking you should do this at the middle school level now, because you have all these phone bans for the middle school level. Try this out at the middle school level, and then see how much more people actually engage instead of secretly having their phone. I'm almost done. High school level, maybe push these activities. Don't do a phone ban. Push these activities and see how much more students engage. Maybe you won't need to put a phone ban because now students are engaging because they don't want to be on their phone. They want to engage.
Thank you, Faith.
Yeah.
Next up, Earl Smith.
Mr. Reed, when you throw out these different states, there's no concrete something we can look at. It's just like, this is my idea. This is what I see. I want to see some foundational of what you're saying. My mom moved to Florida. She has permanent guardianship of my nephew. What you're saying is, I'm not hearing that from her. I'm not hearing that from my nephew. A phone is a computer. I do agree with the ban at the middle school. And I want you to think about this. And Dr. Pitt, I would love to see, with your expertise and your research, the information on the dopamine of the kids per their age. That's why I support the ban at the middle school, because per their brain and per dopamine, it destroys them. I can't even believe parents give their elementary students phones. That just is outrageous to me. Faith did not have a working phone till her junior year. I sent you guys her transcripts. However, she took college biology at ARC this semester. Got scared, but she got that A. Her finals, everything, it was on her iPad that I bought her at 7th grade during the shutdown. You can't remove technology. We as a community will fall behind. Those kids are smart with the technology. But I want you to look at it from this standpoint. Folsom High, administrators, the principals is crying for help on the vaping. That's illegal. But yet they can't even control that. You think they're gonna control cell phone? I thank God that Faith, out of her own fear, captures some illegal activity from teacher. At the high school level,
It's a positive tool, and when all the instruction is online, they can access it from their phone, thus supporting their education. And I agree with Ms. Lofthouse. You need to teach children how to balance. At the middle school, they don't have the mental capacity. My uncle is a psychologist, PhD. I am all the bullying I went to, Earl King beating. I got beat up every day in middle school until I stood up and said, "You do that to me, I'm gonna knock you the fuck out." And I'm not trusting the curse. And it stopped. Those types of things. Maybe have assemblies teaching children how to engage by bringing in some speaker. Also, I think it would be a good idea at the high school level, showing kids, teaching them the dangers of the dopamine from being on the phone or technology too much. I do. That's heartbreaking to hear about the Chromebooks in the middle school. That means it's what's not effective.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Okay, any final comments from the board?
I just want to say, Faith, I love your ideas. I was just really impressed. I really agree. Vista, we have like clubs do lunchtime activities, and students come over and engage with the club, mostly for the candy, but they do come and engage with the club. And we frequently have like performances from our music ensembles and stuff like that, which students are also really interested in. And that always makes lunch so much more lively and much more engaging. So I think those are both really great ideas.
Yeah, same for Cordova. Peer leadership also holds like Thursdays in the quads is what they call it. And they have like bracelet making and stuff like that. And they showcase different things. And you do see more students engaged. And then especially we see it food days. No one has their phone out unless it's like, where are you? Oh, let's meet up here. Or they're selling boba here. Like, let's go over here. So thank you for pointing that out, because sometimes we do forget about the pros of having phones and like, or finding alternatives for the phones.
Or promote productive like usage of them.
Yes.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item 14, superintendent's report.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam President. I'll make my comments brief. Dr. Pitt just, sent me a message on my phone, but it's important to communicate that tomorrow on Friday board updates, we're going to be sending out resources to parents and staff regarding cell phone use. So they'll get some education from us tomorrow. Real quick, just want to highlight some really cool things. There's always so much to highlight that's going on in our district, but these three things are really salient for me that I want to share today. I just want to celebrate the board and say thank you, not only because it's School Board Recognition Month, but because you spent your Saturday here talking about learning about and talking about continuous improvement, which is one of our process targets. It's our number one process target. Tools we use, right, to get 1% better every day. And I just wanted to say thank you. On a Saturday morning, you all came in and were all fully engaged, and your dedication to our students shows 24/7, and I really appreciate that. Related to that also, we are, through Dr. Huber's leadership and a bunch of other support, we hosted, I believe, our probably 6th or 7th Aspiring Administrators Academy, which is a monthly activity for our current teachers and current instructional coaches and there's a couple APs in there, but mostly folks that are still in the classroom that are interested and intrigued about potentially taking a leap into administration. It's not for everybody, but covering all the different topics that they most likely won't learn in a credential program. So there's been 28 folks consistently coming, and I think we have a waiting list, Dr. Huber, for next year's aspiring administrators, and this is aligned to the board goal of diversifying the workforce, but also creating some infrastructures for leadership development and the future pipeline of our leaders. I mean, I think the goal ultimately in our system will be to know exactly where our next leaders will come from at the assistant principal, principal director level, because they're already really clear on what the expectations of Folsom Cordova are and the Folsom Cordova way. And so, and lastly, I want to kudos to the team in the foresight through the leadership of Kate Hazarian on doing some new leader onboarding and partnering with our HR team and making sure that all the new leaders, whether they've led before in other districts and are here, or new leaders from our district into leadership roles, going through 5 modules this year around our 5 collective commitments. And that the first module for collective commitment 4, which is be curious, was today, and we're hosting 2 each module. There are 5 collective commitments. Each one we're hosting 2 just based on different leaders' schedules. And I swung by that today, and it's really nice as we're getting new leaders in, not only through their pre-boarding and their sort of standard onboarding process of keys and job and card, they're being informed into, again, what the FC way is around our collective commitments. And so I just wanted to share all of that in my superintendent's report today, that you can really start to see the alignment and the coherence around our performance and process targets and around our collective commitments, and our goals for our students getting 1% better every day are really coming to life through those 3 examples of the board session on Saturday with continuous improvement, our Aspiring Administrators Academy, and our new leader onboarding. So thank you, Madam President.
Okay, we'll move on to item 15, board member reports. We'll start with our student board members. Ms. Luan?
Okay, so just some few updates from Vista. We hosted the SAB meeting, so that was very exciting. I also helped run a clothing swap this week, which was really fun. It was from Monday through Wednesday. I had students donate clothes, and we all swapped them on Wednesday during lunchtime activity, engaging students, and we got to, basically engage students in consuming secondhand clothing and stuff like that, and also had them do sustainability pledges for how they plan to practice more sustainable lifestyles in 2026. And then our school is also planning to have a club re-rush on January 26th through the 28th to highlight what our clubs have been doing in the past few months and encourage students to join maybe new clubs in the coming months. And then our back to school night was also tonight. And then just really quickly, I want to thank my classmates for coming out to the board meeting and speaking in public comment about the environmental impact resolution. I wanted to elaborate on that a little bit because I think that in the past few months since that resolution has passed, I've noticed that the real impact of it wasn't written in the document itself, but in the momentum it created for students throughout FCUSD. And since the passage of that resolution, there have been multiple student groups that have approached me and SAB about FCUSD climate action. Most recently, there have been a group of girls at Vista that are working on a project to expand access to green waste disposal and educating students on the importance of composting. Another student in SAB, previously in SAB, talked to me about collaborating with the city of Folsom to expand waste disposal education amongst 4th and 5th graders. And 2 SAB representatives shared their website with me called EcoVera, which is a questionnaire developed to help individuals identify and rectify the impact of their carbon footprints through daily sustainable practices. All of this to say, climate action is apparent and thriving amongst FCUSD students, and taking the opportunity to bring together students, parents, and staff on climate issues is more important than ever. And just really quickly about my personal, kind of climate journey, when I first learned about climate change in 6th grade for the first time, I was very intimidated by the idea of feedback loops, by the idea that even one small action could kind of snowball into an even larger, more harmful impact. But as I've seen through my own kind of climate advocacy work, humans can actually mimic the interconnectedness of the environment and meet climate challenges similarly by acting collectively and creating solutions of greater magnitude than would be possible alone. So with the subcommittee, we have the opportunity to face such a complex issue as climate change with community. And I look forward to collaborating with students, Mr. Swanson, and more district staff on this matter. Thank you for your time, and I hope you all have a great night.
Ms. Lopez-Petrarca.
That was beautiful. Now to my board report. Okay, so some Cordova updates today. Oh no, sorry. On Thursday, we had the 8th grade tour where student government teamed up with Link Crew and peer leadership, and we all broke out into leaders of 3, and then we had about 10 kids each, and we gave them a tour around Cordova, and we answered questions telling them about our programs that we have, like the patient care program, which is a program that many students are interested in, especially because they find it fun that we get to wear scrubs on Wednesdays and Thursdays. So that's a prop of being in the patient care program. And then we had Mitchell come in the morning, and then we had Mills in the afternoon. And tonight actually was the 8th grade family information night. So there's like club booths, but also like, what's it called? Class booths. So like student government had their own table being like, oh, you should like kind of, what's the word? Sorry, why am I blinking? Well, in a way, be like, okay, so when you become a freshman at Cordova, we have these clubs and these opportunities for you. And I'm pretty sure there were like probably college tables there too. And then we have our blood drive coming up on January 28th, which is a Wednesday. And on Monday, I had my CSBA like student board member meeting, and it was about advocating and outreach. So for change. And so I got to share about how I advocated for student involvement in sports, and other student board members shared their experiences and what they have done. So I always appreciate those meetings because I get to learn from other student board members on what I can do better or even obtain more ideas for the future. So that's all I have for today. So,
Ms. Lofthouse.
I don't really have a report for tonight, but Happy New Year to everybody.
Mr. Clark.
Yeah. I will not be at the next board meeting on February 5th. So I do request that the item that we were discussing to bring back, come back to our meeting. I don't think we have one meeting in February, I believe. That it come back in March, one on the graduation requirements and ethnic studies. Other than that, I don't have anything.
Thank you so much. Mr. Reed.
Yeah, Happy New Year to everybody. I kind of feel like the 15th is maybe the last time you can say Happy New Year. Yeah. I kind of feel like once you hit the 16th, it's almost not appropriate anymore. But anyway, Happy New Year to everybody. And to the seniors, congratulations. You're one semester left. But it's an important semester, right? There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of things to celebrate, but you still have one more semester. So finish strong. May is going to be here before you know it, and you'll be in your gowns and walking across the stage. And I know the board, my fellow board members, it's one of our favorite times of the year, being able to be up there and celebrate with you. So it's going to go by like that. So I really appreciated the VISTA students coming out to talk about the climate committee. And by the way, I think we should do it. I don't know if I'd call it a committee. I think I'd call it a working group, because we just went through a whole exercise trying to reduce the number of committees that we have. But it really does seem like it would be ideally suited for a working group that, had the student participation and staff and the community as well. I've always been very passionate from when I was a student about the environment. I was I founded the environmental club at my college. I started my college on recycling. I remember doing all the recycling back in the 1980s when my parents were like, why are you collecting these newspapers? Well, I mean, you got to recycle them. I guess we don't do that anymore because there's no more newspapers. But But would be very supportive of this and looking at climate change and what we can do in our very small microcosm to help that, so.
Thank you. Mr. Holm-Trailer?
Awesome. Yep. I think before January 1st, Mr. Swanson, thank you so much for inviting all the trustees to come to the holiday cheer celebration in this building. I want to thank all of you guys, for that. I didn't get a chance to talk to our teacher friends, all of them, because you guys are at the sites, unclassified and leadership. This is my heartfelt thanks and Happy New Year to all of you. Please pass those to all our members. That's all.
I really don't have a report either, so Happy New Year and get home safely, everyone. We will move on to item 16, advanced planning. The next board meeting will be scheduled for February 5th, and there's the 12-month board calendar.
Can I ask a real quick question, Madam President? Based on your request, Mr. Clark, there are 2 meetings in March. Does it, the first meeting in March, second, does that work for everyone? First meeting in March? Okay, so, perfect.
Plenty of time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any suggested future agenda items?
Do you want to review a few things on here with the team and get some direction from the board? The first one up there, I would love to get some board direction, is the recommendation for Sutter Middle School. I know that we brought back to the board that we convened a naming committee that included a community member, the school administration, elected official, the Folsom History Museum, facilities, and members of the district. And at the time, the suggestion was to hold off on renaming Sutter Middle School. The recommendation was lean into teaching students the real history of John Sutter, but also understanding the financial implications of renaming and rebranding a school was estimated to be around $300,000 of what goes into that based on our current financial climate. It is still on this. Today is the day we're supposed to bring something towards the board and we're not. So I want to get some direction of the board. Do we want to put this on the shelf? I don't know if that's the right nomenclature, but put this on hold or something we want to pursue and go through the naming committee process moving forward. I'd love to get consensus from the board about the next steps on this one.
Yeah, Eric, I was putting some thought into this. I'd like to pursue it. And also when you talk about committee members, I didn't hear anyone from the Native American community on that committee to talk about it and to share their thoughts. So at first I thought about, let's just put it on the shelf or can it or whatever you want to do. But no, I think we should move forward with it.
I'd agree with that. And I think that I would love to see some evidence of the education that happened around the real story of John Sutter, if that was part of the agreement of keeping that name, kind of how that rolled out what was done. And so I would like to reconvene a committee and include some people from NAPAC into that.
Okay. Other board members?
Have we ever done a survey of the parents and the students at Sutter Middle School?
We have not. It was the opinion of Principal McFall, nice, could be president, Principal McFall on that day that there was not compelling interest, but that was just his perception, and we have not conducted a survey, no.
Why don't we conduct a survey of the parents and the students?
Okay.
I struggle with that. I struggle
with
with that because we don't survey parents for naming other schools. And I feel like if we're looking at our naming policy and go back to our policy regarding naming, I don't want there to be survey fatigue with some very, very pertinent surveys going out at this point. And so I am concerned about having that be something that drowns out maybe something that I personally think it's important, but that we're looking at bond surveys, we're looking at some surveys that have some very important data coming our way. So I think that we need to be very cautious on how many surveys and what those surveys are looking at. So.
I also think it probably needs to go to the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee. I mean, we're spending all this time to trying to cut expenses. And if we move forward, we've gotten an estimate that it will cost $750,000 out of the district's funds.
It was $300,000.
I heard 750.
Sorry, about 300 was the initial estimate, but if the board gives direction to go actually like do a legitimate, we can get the official, that was an estimate from facilities at the time.
Yeah, well, we should get that identified. And again, it's not whether to change the name, it's when is it appropriate to change or to consider it. I mean, we need to take everything into consideration, including, being fiscal stewards of the taxpayer resources.
So looking for consensus.
Yeah, I think if we could get some costs kind of nailed down, I think that would be helpful. And I think that's going to give us a little bit of direction on that. I think it's a timing thing at this point.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I know we all agree bond is our goal for 2026. We got to make it happen. If the energies can be pulled together to focus on that kind of, I'm not denying on this one, but this can definitely come back. But I'm looking for where my energy is going to be and how this can be. So our focus is timing. I'm looking at the same
I
thing.
think that's another thing though too. Like if we pass a bond, would there be potential with some of those costs to be offset by bond funding and stuff like that versus out of our initial funding that we have now? And I think that we also do need some more information on what the education component was, because I know that we had talked about talking to Sutter's Fort that they specifically had that curriculum, and did we get that curriculum from them? Do we have the students down there getting that corrected curriculum? How did that roll out?
I can confirm, yeah.
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 I would also say that if we are moving forward with a name change, I would like the committee or whatever it is now, I don't know if it's a committee, but the process to seriously consider Leadersdorf as the name that we changed the middle school to. What's that?
It's a little bit outside our current policy around naming, using a person's name.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
The policy guy.
Well, yeah. All right. Well, then let's find a use for the Leadersdorf, whether it's a library or something. I mean, he's such a significant historic figure in the Folsom Rancho Cordova community. Really a trailblazer in the Black community. I mean, the first Black millionaire in the country. The founding member of the San Francisco School District. He owned all of this land in the community that we reside in. We need to promote Leadersdorf in some form or fashion in our district. So, but you're right. We said we weren't going to name schools after people anymore. So, but we can name something after them.
So let me try to sum up, and please tell me if I'm close. Lukewarm interest in pursuing it right now, meaning I heard from 2 trustees about that. I think I have 3 trustees, or maybe 4, maybe 5, I don't know, that are interested in knowing the cost and knowing the education components to help better inform a potential future decision. So gathering what a more precise measure of changing a name of that specific school, what that would cost, as well as what Sutter has done since then as it relates to the teaching the true history of their current school's namesake.
I think, sorry. I was just going to say, I think some of it was Principal McFall was really the education component of that shouldn't live at Sutter, that it really needs to start earlier in the earlier grades at fourth grade and really digging into that fourth grade curriculum. And that's really where, because he was, I think, a little bit concerned about some of the challenges of keeping on target with some of their current education where they needed to be. And so, and I know we've had some of that conversation with NAPAC as well, that fourth grade curriculum really has got to be on point and on target. And so what does the fourth grade curriculum also look like?
And third.
Yeah, third and fourth grade, curriculum, and what are we doing there to make sure that that's corrected before they even get there? And then I think we talked about something like maybe, doing a, just, I don't know, a summit or something like that about that at the middle school that wasn't maybe necessarily during class time, that maybe it was some other form that we were addressing that issue, so.
I would correct you on one thing. You said the namesake. The school was never officially named Sutter Middle School after John Sutter. That we did the research, that never came up as we were naming it after John Sutter. The reason why we called it Sutter Middle School is because Sutter Street was right down the street from it, and that's the historic district of the city. That's the reason why we named it Sutter. Now, we all know why Sutter Street's called Sutter Street, because that was named for John Sutter. So, but I just want to make very clear, we did not consciously name this school after John Sutter.
Apologies.
Yeah.
I do think too, once there's a price point, that is something potentially that our community partners may be interested in helping support that change. So that I don't know if once we have a price, that would fall solely on the district as well. So that might be something, with numbers, we can have conversations, but without that, we can't. So something to think about.
Is the board okay, once I've procured the numbers around a rough estimate or close enough, better than rough, sharing that in a Friday board update, so you just have that information and then get consensus about what next steps are? Does that work?
I'm okay with that.
And I'll get information about the education pieces. I don't want to say with confidence, I don't think anything's happened from that conversation in third and fourth grade, but I will confirm, because I don't know of any vertically articulated conversations about that, but I'll confirm that too, get that information to you, and then I'll take direction.
I think, something to keep in mind, the framework has changed since the name change has changed. So naturally it is in the curriculum and standards, but also from somebody who is very invested in the teaching of history and social science and really leaning into our elementary schools doing it, the time is not necessarily there to teach often. So I don't know if we want to reach out, but Jeanette has something to share. Yeah, so
it doesn't have much about the gold rush and its impact, even though it was a dramatic thing that happened that affected land, people who live here, the whole thing, but it really is a paragraph.
That's a veteran fourth grade teacher right there.
A question for my colleagues actually on this one. If we determine that the cost isn't substantial and it's feasible, I think we just need to do it. And we've been talking about this off and on for years. And if we're going to change the name, and that's the consensus of the board, then we just need to do it and get it done as soon as possible and not let this drag out for another years. Honestly, it should be a goal that if the cost is nominal, and we determine the cost is nominal, then we should plan on the 2026-2027 school year, that in August we launch with a new name. Enough of this conversation. It's tiring.
Okay. I have my homework.
Yeah,
We
okay.
good? Okay, you good? I'm sorry.
No, I want to request my colleagues, this year is our bond. Bond is do or die for us. I'm going to say that, because 11,500 homes are going to be built. and Ranch Cordova, Elliott is building. They are building. So where do we put our energy? I just want to request my colleagues, at least we can put off this to an year. At least we all can focus. Because this is going to create so much things in the community. I just want to be honest here. So where do we focus our energy?
No, I think we are a multi-functioning board, and I think we can handle more than one thing at a time.
It's not about...
Well, I know, but you're just pushing that we should focus on the bond, focus on the bond. We have a myriad of things that we can focus on. That's our job.
Agreed. It's not about us, me, or you, or anybody here multitasking. I'm looking at the communities. So that's where it is. Whether they're going to be focusing on bond or change or this, that's where I am looking at, not me or you. So that's my request to the group here.
I think really what you're more saying is that I think we're already anticipating opposition in the bond, right? That's already going to be there, right? I think what you're saying is adding this layer on that could heighten emotions, and that could potentially also affect that, just because people will be hyped up. So, I think it's just a timing issue. Is like, do we get through the election and then make that final decision? I think it's just a timing thing. I think it would be good to probably also pull in our consultant about maybe some of her experiences on that too. And again, I think there's a communication component to how we would communicate that out to people and different things like that. So I think it's just more, I think you're talking more of a strategy, not necessarily we don't do it, but just a strategy component of how we would roll it out.
I think there's the flip side of that, where people might appreciate fixing a mistake in a community where we might see this as a mistake of naming and might look at it as a positive. So there is two sides of that argument, I would say.
Madam President gave a tip, Mr. Swanson. I think there are experts who has done the bond and strategies and all those. Love to have some thoughts. She's already available for you every day for phone calls. That helps as well. Besides whatever the financial thing we are talking. I'm more on the timing and strategy.
I can find that out.
Thank you, sir. That's it.
Next up on this question, we are going to finish this meeting, I promise. Trustee Reed, legislative action information from CSBA on land trust. It has January 15th, and I just want to clarify that you were looking for consensus from the board and received that at the October, or excuse me, gosh, it was a meeting recently, I think it was in December, on potentially adding some language to then look to see if the board was interested and had consensus in submitting that language. Right. Correct. And so I think from here, it would be my recommendation that we work on that language and then we bring that as a proposal just on a discussion item. Because I don't necessarily think it takes board action, because then you would be pushing it towards the legislature.
Yeah, I think the next step would be discussion. I mean, I did draft a draft law, or amendment to an existing law, I should say, that, and the land trust is probably the wrong nomenclature. I know I had used that in the past, but it's really existing law that indicates what public entities or school districts can do with property that's being retired. And all that I did in my draft was to indicate that facilities that are being retired and no longer needed for the school district, that Native American tribes can fall high on the list of who can we provide the either at a cost or a nominal cost or no cost to the Native American tribes. So, I think the next step would be discussion. Do I picture us going and actively lobbying the legislature? No, but what I do see as an action item is a resolution where we, as a board, if my colleagues agree that this is a worthy resolution, that we adopt, whereas now let it be known that we recommend to CSBA and the legislature that they consider something of this nature. And then we can mail it, and we've taken a stand. So that's what I kind of envision. Again, if my colleagues.
I think you had support from all members of the board on on Moot pursuing this. So would it be then bring the language, the proposed language, to upcoming meeting? I'm assuming Trustee Clark, you might want to be there for that. I don't want to speak for you though, but bring it for like that sounds right, and then convert that or develop a resolution that then would come for a discussion action item at a meeting.
Or maybe we can develop the resolution and have that resolution come back for a discussion item. So we're not going to vote on it, and we can get input from the full board, and then make a final determination of what we want to do from there.
Okay, so resolution.
I'd be happy to help draft it if you like.
Okay, and it's already been on here with consensus of the board. Does that sound okay for the board? Like next steps? Makes sense. Okay. All right, next up that I wanted to talk about, January 15th says board member stipends with direction or feedback from the Superintendent Budget Advisory Committee. I'm recommending that we do bring this for action. Again, Trustee Clark, you'll be out in February, so we'll bring it to a board meeting coming to a time near you, and I'll develop that in coordination with the president, and we'll bring it for discussion action. Does that sound right?
In March?
Trustee Clark, would you like?
I'll be back.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, March.
Going away forever.
March, does that work?
Gone for a
I
month.
just want to make sure, yeah, okay. So March, okay. That'll be board member stipends, March meeting.
Which meeting?
5.
March 5th.
Yep. Okay, that's all I have. Sorry, I wanted to get through those January 15th items.
The one thing I'd like to see brought to the agenda, one of the major push that I'm making along with my colleagues with CSBA is to address the CTAG issue. And I need to find out what we're doing as it closing the achievement gap of what we're doing. CTAG is what we call it. What we're doing to close the achievement gap. So hopefully we can get that on there, have staff do a presentation of things that we're doing to help close the achievement gap.
Yeah, all the things. Consensus from the board?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we'll work with the team. We'll get something to you guys. It's the good news is most of everything that educational services is doing is in an effort through not only just our funding with supplemental funds, but the intervention program, PLCs, all the curriculums we've adopted are all in an effort to hit our performance targets of third grade literacy, middle school math, and that's for all students, which is an achievement gap initiative. So, but we'll get you a presentation because we can talk academics.
I mean, I'm actually going to be traveling to different school districts to sit in on their meetings about CTAG and what they're doing. So it should be interesting.
And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention community schools. So
yeah.
Okay. Anything?
Any other?
We'll do that we'll get that to you in the spring. Yeah.
I think that we kind of it seemed like we had some consensus on a working group at the very least for our climate.
Yeah, so I'll take that not as a future agenda item. I'll just take direction, but also it's what I didn't hear is it's not a board subcommittee, but I'll work with Addie, and I'm just already popping in my head like probably someone from transportation because buses, maybe food services. Like I'm just trying to think of where climate shows up in our system, facilities, right? But also, so yeah, we'll Addie and I will connect.
Yeah, I think we just wanted to make sure we just didn't let it die, you know?
Yeah, I will say that Addie was, I'm not sure if you saw the students talking, Addie was like a proud mama up there watching her 3. Yeah, I know, you're so proud. It was awesome. Yeah, we got it.
Fantastic. Yeah. Okay, we do not need to return to closed session. So with that, our board meeting is adjourned.
Awesome.